Chapter 2436. Because the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds is a hero that we all deeply admire. Xianyuan Changkong laughed bitterly, as if he was murmuring subconsciously, heroes should not leave any regrets, no matter whether they live or die. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor came to pay respects to him, so we should do our best. No matter what the final result is, no matter what the price is, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds should be paid respects to by his own flesh and blood. It doesn't matter if he's alive or not, we have to send his descendants to his side out of love for him, and then we will escort them back safely. After Xianyuan Changkong finished, he turned around and left. When he reached the door, he paused and murmured, "We have already left regrets, and it is hard to make up for it. How can we create another regret? Ha ha ha." His laughter was bitter. His figure had already disappeared at the door. Chu Yang sighed deeply. "Chu Yang, your story has driven them crazy." Zi Xieching sighed softly. Chu Yang said heavily, "There is no other way. They will know the truth sooner or later. Instead of letting others say it, it is better for me, the current tribulation swordmaster, to say it. More importantly, the current battle against the extraterrestrial demons is the best time to express their emotions, and you're going to pay respects to your father this time also gives them the best reason to express their emotions. If we don't let them express all the negative emotions in their hearts, do we really have to watch such heroes commit suicide out of guilt?" Zi Xieching sighed. "But they also have the same intention to die now." Chu Yang nodded. He also vaguely noticed this just now. Zi Xieching sighed. "I'm afraid that this trip will be accompanied by many casualties, and for these people, any casualty will be a great loss. If you hadn't hinted at me with your eyes, I would have changed my mind just now." Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He said this, "I have my own plans. The past tribulation swordmasters are heroes, but his brothers are also heroes. I will try my best not to let anything happen to them." His gaze turned to Mo Qingguo. "Qingguo, I will leave this matter to you." Mo Qingguo nodded deeply. At this time, there were figures moving rapidly in the distance. Dozens of figures rushed over from all directions. "What is it?" someone asked anxiously. "Why did the few of you send out the summoning signal that should not be sent out unless the extraterrestrial demons invaded?" Chu Yang looked at the people rushing over from afar, but he suddenly realized something. It could be said that he was enlightened or moved. The people who came were clearly divided into 7 camps, or perhaps it should be 7 groups of people. In between, one could even clearly feel that there was a clear distinction between the two. There was no doubt that the relationship between these people was very friendly. It seemed that there was no difference between parties. They were partners who worked together for the same goal. However, one could clearly feel that they were different and belonged to different factions. Every group of people came side by side. The distance between each other was just right, forming a special formation to help each other. It was as if every one of them had placed all their attention on the brothers beside them, completely ignoring the fact that their own weaknesses had already been exposed. However, when everyone was doing this, all their weaknesses became non-existent. Or it was a fatal temptation that was enough to lure any enemy. Although the color of everyone's clothes was different, everyone's skin and eyes were flowing with a kind of faint golden color. Immortal golden body. Everyone was in this state. However, among these 7 groups of people, other than his own brothers who cooperated seamlessly, the other groups all maintained a kind of distance from him. This kind of distance was very subtle. They could help each other and live and die together, but they couldn't live and die together. Live and die together and live and die together. How big was the difference? Chu Yang didn't know, but Chu Yang could feel such a small difference. A total of 7 groups? How can there be 7 groups? There shouldn't be so many. Chu Yang thought of a sentence. Most of the tribulation sword masters chose to sacrifice themselves at the critical moment to help their brothers. Except for the first tribulations, sword master who chose to really kill his brothers to help himself. But in the end, he was suppressed under the lake of death and had a tragic ending. And that time, Qin Fang, the first tribulation's sword master, Diwu Chouchang, caused a change in the fixed trajectory. That means that the rest of them were already destroyed. How can there be 7 groups? Could it be that Diwu Chouchang's group of brothers didn't actually die? Chu Yang's heart had already skipped a lot of time and thought of many things. The first group of people came first. A person came together. From the other people's silent acceptance of him as the leader, and from the expressions of these people, Chu Yang could guess that this person might be a brother of the second tribulation's sword master, Feng Yin. In other words, he was in the first group of people to arrive at the heavenly imperial court and was the first to start fighting the heavenly demons. On his face, other than the traces of time, there was also an obvious sense of steadiness. This was an awe-inspiring demeanor that could only be cultivated after experiencing life and death for a long time and standing on the edge of life and death with a clear conscience. This kind of awe-inspiring demeanor made people feel heartfelt admiration at first sight. The second group of people came with a whoosh. They were the brothers of the third tribulation's sword master, Mengsong. The third group only had people in this group, and this person looked the most anxious. The moment he came, he clustered around Xianyuan Changkong and the other 2. Every one of them looked extremely concerned. This person was obviously the other brothers of the fourth tribulation's sword master, Duan Tian. Only they would be so concerned about Xianyuan Changkong and the other 2. The fourth group also didn't have people. There were only 8 of them. The moment they arrived, they sized up Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't know any of these people, but their expressions revealed an indescribable sense of friendliness. There was also an indescribable sense of excitement. It was as if their long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, or had already been fulfilled. When they saw Chu Yang, it was as if they saw the person they respected the most, the person they felt the most guilty about, and the person they missed the most. It was a complicated feeling. Chu Yang instantly realized that these people must be the brothers of the fifth tribulation's sword master, Yundong. They were also Wu Jucheng's brothers. Only these people knew about Chu Yang and the others and showed kindness from the start, because they already knew everything from Wu Jucheng. Looking at these people, a sentence appeared in Chu Yang's mind. I stand on the firmament and point my sword at by Yundong. I'm Yundong. Who dares to touch my brothers? It was as if there was already a person in white holding a sword and flying in the sky. When Chu Yang showed such a fascinated expression, the eyes of the 8 people became even more agitated. Some of them already had tears in their eyes, because at this moment they were thinking of the same person. There were also only 8 people in the 5th batch, but they looked very tired. According to the order, they should be the brothers of the 5th tribulation's sword master, Qin Fang. Looking at them, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. At this moment, Zi Xieching's questioning gaze also came over. That day, Chu Yang and Zi Xieching were both involved. Diwu Chouchang's words were still vaguely by his ears. But now, these people appeared in front of him. How can they still be alive? Didn't all of their divine souls vanish and their souls scatter? Chu Yang was really puzzled. That day, Diwu Chouchang had said that the reason why he could escape and return to the heavenly layer was because he absorbed the spirits of all his brothers. That was how he survived the devouring of the black hole. Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of his old enemy, the Dharma Supreme, Diwu Chouchang. The Dharma Supreme who had been waiting for the right opportunity for tens of thousands of years to avenge his brothers. The original hero who had transformed into a formidable person. For his purpose, for his hatred, he didn't hesitate to shed the blood of the entire heavenly layer. Diwu Chouchang. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh, but he inadvertently noticed that there was an empty seat between these 8 people. It was either intentional or unintentional. Chu Yang thought, this space must have been left for Diwu Chouchang. If Diwu Cho-chang was there, the whole formation would become flawless. But now that there was one less person, it seemed like there was a lot less, and there was an additional huge flaw. But they would rather keep this flaw, but also this space, even though each of them knew that the brother who belonged to this space would never come here. Chu Yang looked at that empty space and stared at it for a long time. He sighed in his heart. Dharma Supreme, if you knew the situation now, would you regret it? The first batch was a complete group of people. This batch should be the brothers of the seventh tribulation's sword master, Lin Zun. The man in gold whom Chu Yang and the other two had seen on the road sign was among them. The seventh batch was also a complete group of people. They were also the group that gave Chu Yang the strongest feeling. The reason why Chu Yang had such a strong feeling wasn't because their strength surpassed the others, but because Chu Yang had already determined the origins of these people. They were a group of brothers of the 8th generation tribulation, Sword Master, Jun Lai, and the strongest enemy that Chu Yang and the others faced in overturning the heavenly layer, the great ruling clan, was the direct descendant of this person. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the day when he left the heavenly layer seemed to be very, very far away, as hazy as his previous life. The 8 people of the 4th batch didn't pay attention to the others, but just walked up to Chu Yang. The leader looked at Chu Yang with an unusually sharp gaze and said softly, "You are Chu Yang, right?" Chu Yang nodded and smiled. "Yes, I am Chu Yang." That person's body trembled, and the eyes of the 8 people suddenly shone with extreme passion. At the same time, they looked at Chu Yang's waist. Chapter 2437. At the waist. It was a common place for ordinary people to hang their scabbards, although everyone knew that they couldn't see it, because the sword of the tribulation, Sword Master, never needed to be worn. Their eyes still stayed at that place for a long time. They wanted to see something. They wanted to see something. The leader took a deep breath, looked up at Chu Yang and said in a low voice, "I'm Jun Weiling." Chu Yang said, "I've heard so much about you. I think Elder Wu Juqing has already seen you?" Jun Weiling couldn't hide his excitement and eagerness. He nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, "Where are your brothers?" Chu Yang said seriously, "They're all in the Heavenly Imperial Court now. Although they don't have your indestructible golden bodies, they came up with us that day." It could be seen that Jun Weiling was trying hard to suppress the sadness in his heart. He and his brothers looked at Chu Yang with strong envy. They seemed to want to say something, but they didn't. In the end, they just moved their lips and said in a dry voice, "Thank you." Chu Yang carefully listened to these 2 words. He felt as if his heartstrings had been violently plucked. "What are you thanking me for? Are you thanking me about Wu Juqing? Or are you thanking me about the truth of that year?" Chu Yang listened carefully and said in the same way, "You're welcome." Jun Weiling swallowed his saliva. He looked sad as if he was about to cry. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Can you?" The 8 brothers showed strong desire in their eyes at the same time. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Chu Yang understood immediately. They wanted to worship the tribulation sword. That was the weapon used by their boss in the past. Chu Yang was about to speak. Suddenly, he saw more than 50 people turn to look at him. The leader asked loudly, "Who is the sister of the current tribulation sword master?" Mo Qingwu was shocked. She walked out slowly and said, "I am." That person's sharp eyes locked on Mo Qingwu. He said, "5th in the tribulation sword master?" Mo Qingwu shook her head and said respectfully, "No, 2nd in the tribulation sword master." "3rd in the tribulation sword master?" That person was shocked. He said, "2nd in the tribulation sword master? 3rd in the tribulation sword master?" Mo Qingwu nodded. Mo Qingwu's answer had shocked almost everyone. In the history of the tribulation, he was ranked 5th. The 5th position didn't seem to be in the front, but it was the core position of the tribulation brothers. But Mo Qingwu said that this generation's think tank was actually ranked 2nd? The second tribulation? Of course, the most shocking part was the next sentence. Brother is third. That person swayed and said, Third brother? Who was the leader? Calamity's sword master is the boss? Emo Chingu continued to nod. The gazes of the 11 people simultaneously focused on Emo Chingu. She was the younger sister of the current Tribulation's think tank. Tribulation. Calamity's sword master. It had been far too long since he had uttered these words. Perhaps it had been 10,000 years or 20,000 years, or even longer. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. He didn't dare to say it. Once he did, he would recall those happy days when he rode his horse freely in the martial world. Chu Yang felt a little relieved. Just from this simple conversation, it was clear that a large portion of these people did not know the truth. June Weiling and the other 7 people should have already known his true identity from Wu Jueqing and the fate of the Calamity Sword Master. But the others still didn't know. And the sad story of the past Calamity Sword Masters had not been announced by June Weiling and the others. Xianyuan Chongkong and the others who had just found out also didn't have the time to say it now. Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled about this situation. Since June Weiling and the others knew the truth, why didn't they seek justice for their boss and reveal the truth? But after thinking about it for a while, he had connected the dots. It was reasonable that June Weiling and the others didn't reveal the truth. Such a thing, no matter who it was, would be an extremely serious blow. Why would they reveal it so hastily? They had to choose an appropriate time. Obviously, they didn't get such an opportunity until Chu Yang and the others came. Chu Yang, inexplicably, heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that scene didn't happen. Otherwise, facing 50 big, crying men at the same time would be quite uncomfortable. Xianyuan Chongkong's brothers surrounded the 3 of them with concern. Every one of them was astonished. Why do these 3 brothers seem to have cried so hard today? Why was everything so wrong? Could it be that something had happened? At this moment, that person asked, You're the younger sister of this generation's calamity. Then where's your brother now? Everyone who didn't know the truth heard this question, and everyone's breathing quickened a little. Emo Chingu smiled and said, My brother, of course, is in the Heaven Imperial Court now. Didn't Chu Yang say that we ascended together? That person asked, Why didn't he come here? This sentence was worth studying. The destiny of the past calamities, or rather, the final destination, was to fight the extraterrestrial demons in the purple cloud heavens. But this generation's calamity broke this tradition and didn't come here. Did something special happen? Or was everything in front of them just a scam? Emo Chingu pretended not to know and replied calmly, Actually, we all just ascended not long ago. My brother is still working hard in other worlds, building his own forces in preparation to eliminate the demons in the future. Many people were deep in thought. That person asked again, Other than your brother, what about the others? Everyone ascended through the normal way. Emo Chingu nodded affirmatively. Then is the Calamity Sword Master here too? That person continued to ask. Of course. Didn't I say just now? Everyone ascended together to the Heaven Imperial Court. Emo Chingu nodded, her delicate brows furrowed, and she deliberately showed a trace of impatience. However, his shrewd eyes were observing the reactions of these people. Confusion and envy appeared on the faces of the 40 to 50 people at the same time. It turned out that in this generation, no one had been separated. They had all come up together in one piece. What an enviable thing. But why could they all ascend together? Why didn't the Calamity Sword Master use them to nourish the heavens? This was undoubtedly a huge mystery. Or was everything in front of them a scam set up by someone? You mean the Calamity Sword Master of your generation also came to the Heaven Imperial Court now? That person's Adam's apple bobbed. When he said the words Calamity Sword Master, his voice was unusually dry, as if his throat was torn. Yes, Emo Chingu still nodded. May I know the name of this generation's calamity? Sword master? That person asked solemnly. Emo Chingu quickly said, It's not convenient for me to tell you this for the time being. That person was stunned when he heard that, and then he nodded. Since it's not convenient, then forget it. We won't force you. Calamity Sword Master. These words, or these people, had always been a taboo existence in everyone's hearts. In fact, when Emo Chingu said, I can't tell you, many people who still didn't know the truth heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although Emo Chingu refused to tell the truth and created more chances of it being a scam, everyone didn't care too much. What everyone was most afraid of was facing the bloody past of that year, that unforgettable pain. Now, if this little girl didn't want to say it, then so be it. It was just right to delay for a while more. You all want to pay respects to the purple cloud, Heavenly Emperor? That person changed the question and changed the topic at the same time. Yes. Emo Chingu looked at him and said, May I ask who you are? This was the first question that Emo Chingu asked in return after answering many questions passively. But this question made a trace of pain appear on the face of the burly man in golden clothes in front of her, especially in front of so many people with the same identity and the same experience. This question was even more uncomfortable. Who am I? The burly man in golden clothes smiled sadly. My name is Ji Huitian. I'm the person in charge of this place. After saying the sentence 3 times, Ji Huitian actually lowered his head. This sentence was said very weakly, and it was really a world of difference from the aggressiveness just now. The words, one of Calamity's brothers, that almost came out of his mouth were actually swallowed back. Beside him, everyone's face was gloomy. He actually felt inferior in front of the little sister of Tribulation's brain. Look at them. Brother Calamity even brought his family up, and what about us? This gap is too big. Ji Huitian sighed, but looked up at the sky again. After a moment of silence, he asked again, Your brother Calamity's sister? Then we're not outsiders. These two are your friends. Why do you want to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament? Emo Chingu was silent for a moment and said, Of course, I also have the intention to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament. But I'm not the key to this matter. This sister beside me is the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even Chang Feifei, Jiang Shanghan, and the others who were surrounding the 3 brothers and asking about their well-being were shocked and looked up. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament. What a noble and great identity this was. In the eyes of these iron-blooded men who had been fighting in Purple Firmament for tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament was an indelible monument, the greatest hero in the world. Even the saint who was recognized as the #1 person in the Heavenly Imperial Court was not as important as the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament in their hearts. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament was naturally 1,000 times more noble than the saint's bloodline. 10,000 times. No. Ji Huitian's first reaction was to refuse. This is too dangerous. Absolutely not. Beside him, someone said, I think this must be done. For Brother Calamity's sister, and for the bloodline of Purple Firmament. Ji Huitian turned his head and looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. Chapter 2438. June Weiling was the first to speak, and the 7 brothers behind him expressed their support without hesitation. Qing Feifei and the others were about to speak, but they heard Xianyuan Changkong say, The Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor should be worshipped by his descendants. This is a hero's regret. In order to not let the hero have any regrets, we must complete this even if we have to die. Chang Feifei swallowed the words of objection that were about to come out of his mouth and said solemnly, That's right. Although he was curious about why Xianyuan Changkong was acting so strangely today, since his brother had made a choice, then even if he had to bring all his brothers to climb a mountain of swords and sea of flames, he could only support. Support without hesitation. There was no second sentence. Ji Huitian looked at the two camps strangely, and he only felt that it was ridiculous. Behind Ji Huitian, a gentle-looking young man also looked at the two groups of people in front of him with a surprised gaze. What's wrong with these people today? Why are they acting so strangely? Forcefully carrying out something that they know is impossible. This is really too unusual. Although these people were all brothers of the past, and they were definitely in the same camp on this battlefield, there was absolutely no subordinate relationship between them. For each group of people, only the people in their group could make the decision. No matter what the other group said, as long as one person disagreed, it was equivalent to the whole group disagreeing. On the contrary, if one person here made the decision, then no matter whether it was right or wrong, the others would unconditionally support it. Especially in front of outsiders, this was even more obvious. Beside him, someone said, I, Lulong, also feel that this is feasible for the descendants of the purple firmament heavenly emperor. Even if it's a little risky, it's worth it. As soon as Lulong spoke, his brothers all nodded their heads to express their agreement. Another wave of people, Ji Huitian, looked at these people in shock. This group of people were not reckless people. Even if there was a resourceful think tank in each group, the others were not idiots either. Why did they collectively change their minds in such a short time? Just as he was thinking about the pros and cons, he heard his brother behind him say, Since that's the case, let's fight this battle. Killing in and out of the heavenly demon camp is also a deterrent. Besides, isn't this the purple firmament heavenly emperor's wish? No matter what, we have to help complete it. Ji Huitian was stunned. He turned around to look at that junior. He really couldn't figure out why his brother strategist had changed his mind at this moment. However, he saw Nian sure winking at him. I'm afraid there's more to it than meets the eye, and it's probably something very important. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if these people are dishonest, they won't be hostile. At the very least, they won't cheat others. That's true. Ji Huitian rubbed his chin. When robbing brothers or facing enemies, every one of them could turn into an executioner. But when facing their own people, they would never set up an ambush. It was normal for tribulation brothers from different camps and different eras to risk their lives to fight for each other. But it was absolutely impossible for them to cheat others. At this point, Ji Huitian also expressed his agreement. That's good. Let's go together and kill 7 times. With Ji Huitian's approval, the others no longer had any reason to object. The group of warlike people split into groups and cheered. Finally, they could let go of their hands and feet and kill to their heart's content. The current situation was actually moving in a very accidental but inevitable direction. Just like this, Chu Yang and the others rushed forward with a large wave of war fanatics. Just as they started to walk, Chu Yang and the others felt a special feeling at the same time. It was a kind of estrangement that wasn't obvious, but it really existed. The 3 of them were accidentally and inevitably wrapped together. Of course, this was a more conservative way of saying it. If the current situation was described in a less conservative way, it should be that they were excluded from all groups, and the feeling between other groups was even more obvious. But everyone was used to this situation and didn't feel offended. In fact, they were even willing to endure it. On one hand, it was certainly difficult for anyone to integrate into their camp. More importantly, they didn't need others to join their camp. They didn't want their feelings of tens of thousands of years to change because of the addition of new blood. When your camp needs me, I can charge and break through the enemy lines for you, and even sacrifice my life on the battlefield. I have no regrets if I die for you. However, my emotional world is the original one. Only the original one. It's the original. No matter when or where, my heart is the same. Although I was hurt and hurt before, but I don't want to lose it now, and I don't want to be divided. Walking quietly in such a strange atmosphere, one could feel infinite security because they would protect you with their lives. But one could also feel a kind of strong rejection and an insurmountable estrangement. Chu Yang thought of something Yao Ningning had said before. I like you people very much. When I'm alone with each of you, I especially like it, and I'm especially happy. But once all of you are together, I feel that there's no place for me anymore. Even if I force my way in, I'm just one person, an extra person. This was Yao Ningning's original words. In fact, everyone sincerely treated him as their own brother, but not as Brother Jia. There were only these few Brother Jia, and no more. It was only at this moment that Chu Yang truly understood the true meaning of Yao Ningning's words. At the same time, he also understood why Yao Ningning was so silent in Moyanshan. But this was an unsolvable problem that had no solution at all along the way. They passed through more than 10 such checkpoints. This road was really very long. Everyone didn't know how long they had walked for. Anyway, it had already been a very long time. Fortunately, there was an end to the road. At the end of the white fog, a trace of light finally appeared in front of them. Ji Huitian's gaze was deep. He said in a low voice, "We're about to reach the purple cloud heavens. It's hard to guarantee that this place will be peaceful. You must be careful, and I hope that all of you, especially the princess, after seeing the current situation of the purple cloud heavens, don't feel too sad." Zi Xieching gritted her teeth and nodded lightly. A strand of hair fell down as she nodded, floating with the wind. Her hair floated. At this moment, Zi Xieching suddenly burst into tears. "This is the wind of the purple cloud heavens, blowing my hair. It's as if my mother has felt my arrival and is gently stroking my hair. Is this the smell of my mother?" A sudden cold wind, accompanied by a kind of smoke mixed with murderous intent, quietly swept over. All the previous generations of tribulation brothers narrowed their eyes slightly, their whole body on guard. Another person who had an abnormal reaction was Chu Yang. The moment he felt the cold wind of the purple cloud heavens, he also felt the purple cloud pagoda in his tribulation space suddenly spinning, emitting an unusually strong battle intent. There also seemed to be some commotion in the palace of the Medicine King. At the same time, the tribulation sword flew out, emitting thousands of rays of light in the tribulation space, overflowing with murderous intent. Because what came from outside was the aura of the extraterrestrial demon, the purest aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Chu Yang's murderous intent suddenly rose, and his battle intent overflowed. A ray of sunlight shone slowly from the horizon, but it couldn't penetrate the white fog. It stopped at the edge of the purple cloud heavens. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed unexpectedly. Then he found himself standing at the end of the bridge, the other end of the first bridge. In front of him was an extremely vast world. However, even though Chu Yang had imagined the legendary purple cloud heavens thousands of times, he didn't expect it to be like this now. Even though he had tried his best to imagine the cruelty of this battlefield, he absolutely didn't expect it to be so cruel. Then he finally understood why he needed the protection of the immortal golden body to continue fighting the extraterrestrial demons here. Because this was a complete place, other than the two sides fighting, there was no other living thing. A strong wind blew, and the dust on the ground flew up along with the tornado. Countless round objects danced in the air, drifted and fell. Looking carefully, the so-called round objects were actually all skulls. There wasn't the slightest bit of land on the ground. All that could be seen were thick and deep bones. Countless broken limbs and countless bones quietly spread out on the ground, forming a thick layer. Occasionally, as the wind blew, they would roll on the ground. Some rolled, and suddenly turned into bone powder, scattering with the wind and dispersing into nothingness. As far as the eye could see, there were endless white bones everywhere, all skeletons. Ji Huitian was expressionless as he struck out with his palm. Under the bridge, a gust of wind blew up, and instantly a huge pit hundreds of feet deep appeared. However, the pit was still full of white bones. The pile of white bones here is at least 10,000 feet deep. Ji Huitian's expression was solemn. A bunch of skeletons, including those of extraterrestrial demons and humans. The whole world, especially the 3,000 miles of ground near here, is like this. There isn't the slightest bit of green in the whole 4,000 miles of land. There are no plants here that can survive. No animal can reproduce in such an environment. There's no water source, no food, no things necessary for life to survive here. The only thing here is fighting. Ji Huitan stood at the bridge and looked ahead as he said lightly. Not far ahead, there were two groups of people fighting. On the battlefield over there, who is fighting the extraterrestrial demons. Ji Huitian turned back and asked. Chapter 2439. It's the people from Demon Emperor Heaven. A few elite juniors from Super Sex came here for training and caused an unusual battle. That Year Warrior answered accurately. Their leaders are 3 saint-level experts and over 30 heavenly human-level experts. The rest are all saint-level experts. Ji Huitian made an end sound and nodded. Is the rescue preparations ready? The Year Warrior nodded. It's done. It's guaranteed that they can be rescued when only the elites are left. As for the rest, I'm afraid they will die. Ji Huitian nodded. That's right. In the martial world, it's normal for guests to die in a foreign land. It's already not easy to keep the elites. Everyone wore in different expressions as they watched the battle in front of them shake the heavens. It was as if they were already used to it. Zi Xieching looked at the two parties fighting on the land of purple cloud heavens and couldn't help but frown. She said, Aren't you going to help? We have the ability to defeat this group of heavenly demons. Why do we have to sacrifice ourselves? Such a sacrifice is completely unnecessary. As long as you help, you can easily annihilate this group of heavenly demons in an instant. This is obviously an easy task for you, isn't it? Zi Xieching's tone was a little angry. Seeing those warriors who came from thousands of miles away to fight the heavenly demons, but lost their lives here, she felt extremely upset. On the battlefield, screams sounded one after another. It was obvious that there were lives being lost every moment. Ji Huitian and his brothers looked at all this. They looked indifferent and didn't have any intention to do anything. Ji Huitian said softly, Your Highness, do you know how many people here are here to gild themselves? How many people are actually afraid of death? How many people are not qualified to fight against the heavenly demons? How many people here are the real warriors? All these need to be tested with life and death. Only life and death are the only criteria to test one's qualifications. Ji Huitian said faintly, Perhaps there will be some who will die unjustly or not, but we can't take care of all these. Some sacrifices are necessary, some sacrifices are self-inflicted, and some sacrifices are meaningful. He said indifferently, There is a limit to human strength. We have our responsibilities. We have to protect the entire Heaven Imperial Court, not the people who came here to train. There is a fundamental difference. He sighed deeply. Besides, the heavenly demons won't send out their main forces in a battle of this level. However, there are countless super experts lying in ambush. Those people are the real opponents we have to face. If we rashly join the battle, it will only lead to the intervention of the enemy's truly tyrannical combat strength. Our participation will not save them. It will only speed up their deaths. But you will still take action today. Zi Xieching said sharply. Ji Huitian said indifferently, but we have to make sure that most of the people in this trial are dead before we make a move. True warriors, heroes, we will not allow them to die. However, those who are greedy and afraid of death and came here to gild themselves can forget about leaving this place alive. He pointed at the battlefield and said, Do you see that person? Earlier, when the enemy attacked, he hid behind his comrades. This action led to the deaths of his comrades. Although he used the deaths of his comrades as an opportunity to kill Skyfiend in the end, this person is despicable. Even if Skyfiend didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Comrades are entrusted to each other in life and death. They are not used to exchange for fame and glory. And that one, he simply dragged his disciples over to die for him. And that one, he didn't even use his sword from the beginning to the end. That one, haha, what's the use of keeping such a person alive? It's just shameful. Ji Huitian's gaze was sharp. This is a battlefield. When we are on the battlefield, we are soldiers. Soldiers don't care about power and status. They only care about their mission and dignity. And these people have insulted these few words. So if these people don't die, we won't make a move. Because we can't tolerate the fact that after giving our strength, the ones we save are actually such bastards. Ji Huitian's words made Zi Xieching silent for a while. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He couldn't help but think of the words of the purple cloud heavenly emperor. Why are people's hearts so cold? And these people who use their comrades as a shield and use their comrades' bodies in exchange for a chance to survive were undoubtedly the perfect interpretation of this sentence. Ji Huitian's words might be a little extreme, but as he said, this is a battlefield, not a court, not a school. What soldiers respected was always the strong and the heroes. Ji Huitian looked coldly at the battlefield on the other side and said, "We will escort Her Highness to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor. Then he will stay here to guard." He had said these words so casually, but he had given them a choice. After a period of silence, no one was willing to stand out to guard. These people were all iron-blooded men. They all had a thirst for battle that came from their bones. No one would give up such an opportunity. That's good too. Ji Huitian sighed helplessly. Then, let's leave the original garrisons here to guard. This matter shouldn't be delayed. We'd better set off as soon as possible. At this moment, the battlefield was getting closer and closer. The situation was getting more and more serious. Most of the people that Ji Huitian pointed out had already died tragically in the hands of the heavenly demon. Those who are afraid of death will definitely not be able to endure hardships. If they can't endure hardships, their cultivation won't be high. If their cultivation isn't high, there's only death on this battlefield. Ji Huitian looked coldly and said, "It's about time. Move out." Before he finished speaking, Yan Fei's burly figure suddenly rushed out. He shouted like a thunderbolt, "Gai Xiao, Chong Tianyan, spread your wings and soar between heaven and earth. Who can compare to Fei Ling Xiao, Brother Jie's 8th test?" Yan Fei rushed out. The burly figure rushed into the crowd of heavenly demons at the first moment. Suddenly, like a wave, a bloody path was opened, but the others were stunned at the same time. Because of one sentence, since when did Yan Fei call himself Tribulation again? What was this situation? But no matter what, no matter how regretful, angry, sad, or puzzled they were, when they heard this voice, when they heard the words Brother Jie's 8th test, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Brother Jie. This was a name that they wished they could forget long ago. In fact, it had long been imprinted in their hearts and could never be erased. Perhaps it was once a pain that life couldn't bear, but it was also the happiest period of their lives. The most glorious and glorious period of their lives. As soon as they heard these words, everyone felt their blood boil. June Weiling. Ji Huitian stood up and shouted like a thunderbolt. "I'm here." June Weiling rose into the air. "You and your brothers protect the princess and the other two. Everyone, let's work together and rush out. Let's kill all these heavenly demons first." The moment he finished speaking, Ji Huitian had already taken the lead to fly up. His whole body suddenly shone with golden light in midair. His burly and majestic body, with an extremely brilliant sword light, turned into a shooting star in the sky. He took the lead and rushed into the camp of heavenly demons. "Charge!" No one knew who it was that shouted out loud. So 7 groups of people rushed out at the same time. Their momentum was unparalleled, and their spirit was shocking. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, and the other 2 people were mixed in a small formation, formed by June Weiling and the other 7 people. For a moment, they couldn't help but move forward passively. In a trance, they felt that they had already rushed into the camp of heavenly demons. The group of people, with Ji Huitian in the lead, swept into the crowd of heavenly demons like a furious dragon. With a long roar, sword light overflowed from their bodies. Thousands of sword lights whizzed out. Screams sounded in waves. Countless, grotesquely shaped, heavenly demons fell down at this moment. It wasn't a single sword that took their lives, but their bodies were torn apart and they couldn't be more dead. To Chu Yang's surprise, he discovered that during the battle, the bodies of these former tribulations were all emitting brilliant golden light. Furthermore, they were still flickering and not dimming at all. It was as if, as more and more heavenly demons died, the golden light on these people's bodies became more brilliant. Could it be that there was something else? The indestructible golden body wasn't as simple as imagined. Chu Yang thought silently in his heart. Under the protection of such a tyrannical team, they were facing a small group of heavenly demons who weren't very powerful. The two sides couldn't be called enemies at all. It was just a one-sided massacre. Chu Yang and the other 2 didn't even have a chance to attack. They just saw these people charge out a bloody path as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. They passed through the tens of thousands of heavenly demons effortlessly. Even when they passed through the back of this group of enemies, the group still didn't stop at all. Their advancing speed didn't decrease, but increased instead. They rolled out like a gust of wind and pierced straight into the depths of the vast white bone wasteland. Along the way, the heavenly demons suffered heavy casualties. However, those who were pointed out as cowards, even if they were lucky enough to survive until now, all died strangely without exception. Who did it? They couldn't tell at all. Ji Huitian once said, "Even if the heavenly demons don't kill such people, we have to kill them." Chu Yang sighed in his heart. These people really can't tolerate even a little bit of sand. But on the battlefield, they could entrust their backs to Brother Jie and the others. No matter if they knew them or not, they could completely rest assured. Because these people were the real warriors. They faintly heard someone call out from behind, "Thank you for your help." "May I know?" June Weiling and the others completely ignored that question. They had already rushed out thousands of feet away with the group and left the battlefield. They just did it conveniently. Anyway, they had to rush out. So, killing a few more heavenly demons when they rushed out was just a bonus. As for taking credit and accepting thanks, everyone didn't think so. Death is fate, life is luck. This is the battlefield. There's no reason to talk about it. Ji Huitian said lightly as the sword energy rushed out. Hundreds of heavenly demons in front of him exploded at the same time and scattered into the air like blooming plum blossoms. Today, my computer was broken. Actually, it wasn't broken, but I didn't know why it couldn't be turned on. For the whole day, I found many people to fix it. Finally, a brother fixed it. Then he told me very tactfully, "Brother, don't randomly click on things you don't understand, and don't randomly delete things. You're just typing, so you can just use ORD. Don't worry about other things." Suddenly, I felt like thousands of divine beasts were rushing through a swamp full of mud. In an instant, I was in a mess. Chapter 2440. A total of 14 people, like a hurricane that had completely condensed together, whizzed past. Tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons didn't even have the ability to stop them. These are the legendary extraterrestrial demons. Aren't they a little too weak? With such strength, they can actually attack and occupy purple cloud heavens. Zi Xieching was a little surprised, even incredulous. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "What you see may not be true. What you and I have seen is merely a frog in a well. I reckon that this wave of extraterrestrial demons is just a low-level clown, at most some cannon fodder. Those battle formations just now were probably the extraterrestrial demons and the celestial imperial court training each other. Definitely not a real battle. The experts on the extraterrestrial demons' side didn't even come out. At most, there are only 1 or 2 leaders. How can they stop more than 10 high-level saints with immortal bodies at the same time? How can we judge the real combat power of the extraterrestrial demons? Besides, although this world is big, how many experts can reach the level of a saint? A team made up entirely of high-level saints. I don't think you can find more than a few teams in this world. Chu Yang explained with a smile. Zi Xieching was relieved. Yes, such a team made up entirely of high-level saints with immortal bodies. Even a celestial emperor or even a saint himself might not be able to form one. In front of such a strong force, if an ordinary extraterrestrial demon team didn't show signs of destruction, that would be a miracle. The situation just now can't be repeated. This time, to a large extent, we were caught off guard. The real experts on the extraterrestrial demons side didn't even have time to attack. But after we have rushed out for a distance, I'm afraid they will react. By then, it won't be so easy anymore. Chu Yang looked at the empty space in front and was a little worried. The road ahead is vast. This time, I'm afraid it will be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Qinggu. Chu Yang turned to look at Mo Qinggu. The heavy pills that I gave, you must be ready at all times. Don't be stingy. Once someone is injured, it doesn't have to be a life and death injury, as long as it affects their movements or attacks. Don't hesitate to give them the medicine immediately. You must ensure that everyone is always in peak condition. Otherwise, there will be an extremely high possibility that someone will die during this trip. Once there is a casualty, it will lead to a series of deaths and injuries. You must remember this. Mo Qinggu's big black and white eyes were filled with determination. He nodded solemnly. The butterfly, not on her head, spread its wings, ready to fly. If it weren't for the fact that they were on the battlefield and the situation of the battle was constantly changing, Chu Yang would have kissed this girl's tender face. A certain someone was clearly still quite a distance away from this realm. Since Jun Weiling and the others didn't have a target to attack, they simply rushed out. But this time it was on their faces. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement. Almost everyone looked at Chu Yang with eyes that were filled with boundless passion and sadness. This was the master of Calamity Sword. Although this Calamity Sword master isn't my boss. But since the current Calamity Sword master is here, then the long-lost Calamity Sword must have returned to us. Calamity Sword has returned. It's as if Boss has returned as well. He has appeared in our camp again. The brothers could fight side by side again. This thought made all of them so excited that their hearts almost burst. They really wanted to see the infinite magnificence and sharpness of the Calamity Sword when it was unsheathed. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? That unparalleled domineering aura. It would be even better if they could see the move sword pointing at by Yundong, but that was Boss's self-created move. It was unlikely that this sword master would know it. Boss, where are you now? They rushed all the way without resting at all. The group of people had been running at top speed for 2 hours. They really didn't know how far they had gone, but the bones under their feet became fewer and fewer. In some places, they could already see the ground. Although it was still desolate as far as the eye could see, but it was no longer as terrifying as before. Looking around, one could actually see some dilapidated houses and city walls in some places. They stood alone on the empty ground. It was endless desolation. Seeing Zi Xieching looking around, Jun Weiling smiled and said gently, "You don't have to look any more. This is not the site of the battle back then. Back then, the Purple Cloud Heavens buildings built by the Purple Cloud Heavens Emperor when he was still alive have long been destroyed. As for these in front of us, they were actually the fortresses and outposts that the heavenly demons wanted to build over the years. But every time, every place was destroyed by us." Zi Xieching made an "oh" sound and felt lost. But Chu Yang's eyes lit up. All the buildings were destroyed. Then, how tragic was the battle back then? Just as he was thinking, Ji Huitian, who was in front, suddenly stopped and waved his hand. Everyone stopped at the same time. Everyone looked at the sky in front of them at the same time. Above the dark clouds in the sky, a black shadow suddenly flew out. It had long wings and flew back and forth in the sky. It was as if an evil black eagle suddenly flew out of the dark clouds in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was a strange-looking human with wings growing out of both sides of his ribs. This wave of demons is the Flying Devil clan. Huidan looked serious and said, "It seems that the heavenly demons have completed this wave of defense change and the Flying Devil clan has taken over the front line." Sure enough, after the appearance of the first extraterrestrial demon, countless shadows appeared from the dark clouds. Countless wings spread out as they descended towards this place. The formation was unusually neat. It was as if a huge black iron plate had descended from the sky with a heavy aura. Chu Yang looked over and saw that there were actually not many heavenly demons. There were at most 3,000 of them, but he could not guarantee that there were no hidden troops above the clouds in ambush. This number naturally couldn't move Chu Yang. What really shocked Chu Yang was that he couldn't see through the depths of these extraterrestrial demons. It wouldn't be surprising if it was only one or two of them. However, he couldn't see through the depths of all the extraterrestrial demons. There were no less than 3,000 of them. This didn't make sense. Could it be that the strength of these 3,000 winged demons far surpassed his? Wasn't this a little too shocking? As if seeing Chu Yang's shock, June Weiling explained, "Don't be so surprised. These flying devils are definitely not weak, but they may not be too strong. Although there is no white fog here, the interference of divine sense still exists. We can only know who is stronger and who is weaker when we really fight. So, there is no need to make a fuss over nothing. These birds won't be able to stop us." June Weiling raised his eyebrows and said with a murderous look, "These bastards are only here to die." Chu Yang laughed, and the doubts in his heart disappeared. He understood that the opponent's strength was not as exaggerated as he thought. Naturally, he was not afraid. The Flying Devil clan had already descended and faced the crowd. There was one with dark golden stripes on his wings. He was exceptionally tall and sturdy, far taller than the rest. He had a sharp mouth and a burly sarcoma on his forehead. He took a step forward and laughed strangely. "I really did not expect that you gold-robed heavenly guards would rush out of the first bridge one day. Ha ha ha. Are you here to die?" Ji Huitian and the others had been fighting with them for tens of thousands of years. They had almost become acquaintances, and they had never revealed their identity as Tribulation's brothers. They only buried themselves in killing the enemies. They focused on guarding the heavenly palace. So, the heavenly demons called them gold-robed heavenly guards. And Ji Huitian and the others did not refute this name, although they actually wanted others to know that they were Tribulation's brothers. Tribulation's brothers were their real names. Although these bastards did not know what tribulation meant, they had pride in these two words that came from their bones and souls. Ji Huitian stood upright and looked coldly at the leader of the Flying Devil clan. He said lightly, "We are always waiting for you to come and die. We are really tired of it. Besides, you are indeed more afraid of death now. We are not satisfied with killing you. So, we have to come out and look for you. We can only go back after we are satisfied. It's just to adjust our mood. It's really no big deal." That Flying Devil was furious and said, "Dad! Arrogant Gina! Do you know who you are talking to?" All along, the Heavenly Palace's counterattack had stopped at that world, heavenly demon's name for a certain city in purple cloud heavens. So, the heavenly demons called the people of the Heavenly Palace, yeah? It meant that the people who stopped at that world, of course, this dad, brother, seemed to be calling both father and brother, but to the heavenly demons, it was a scolding word. Moreover, it was the most commonly used scolding word. It was almost equivalent to the human race's fuck. In Yen Fei's words, "I don't know how this group of idiots got beaten up. They have to call me brother and father at the same time, but their brains are filled with shit. They stubbornly believe that this sentence means that they are calling me a bastard. Don't call me that intimately. You don't have that qualification, because I don't even know what your mother looks like. You are purely slandering me. Ji Huitian said sarcastically, if I could do you, I believe I would have committed suicide out of shame. That flying devil's body trembled. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouth that was like a cesspit. He screamed sharply, kill this stupid Ji Na pig! Oh, ku! Hundreds of flying devils soared up at the same time. Their wings flapped the sky and flew over like lightning. The horizon was dyed with endless haze. Ji Huitian snorted. His eyes turned sharp. Following a clear sword cry, a grand sword light suddenly appeared. Today is Sister Dream of the Old Scenery's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Since Sister Dream of the Old Scenery joined us, she has never left us. She has always been our good partner. We share joy and laughter and fight side by side. On your birthday, let me sincerely wish you a happy birthday. Sister. Chapter 2441. Ji Huitian had been charging until now. Although he was surrounded by sword aura, he hadn't used any sword yet. This time it was the first time his sword was unsheathed. The sword light was like autumn water. Ji Huitian stared at the sword and suddenly chanted, cultivate my battle sword to slay the extraterrestrial demons. Destroy my purple heaven's 10,000-mile waves. I have no other ambition in this life, only to turn the extraterrestrial into a river of blood. With a long chant, Ji Huitian came out with his sword. His golden robe fluttered as he faced the hundreds of flying demons head-on. However, in the face of such a situation where they were outnumbered, the others didn't make a move. Even Ji Huitian's brothers looked indifferent as they watched the two sides quickly approach each other. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This battle was Ji Huitian's alone. He wanted to fight against these hundreds of people with his own strength. This is the first time I've seen the previous leader of the tribulation fight. Chu Yang said to himself. His blood was surging, and he had a trace of expectation. The hundreds of flying demons in front of him weren't mediocre at all. The combined battle power of this group of flying demons was no small matter. Ji Huitian's speed became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a group of illusory shadows. His extreme speed made his body cut through the air and let out a sharp whistle. A wisp of white smoke dissipated in spirals just like that. Those who offend the heavenly court die. Ji Huitian's thunderous voice sounded. Immediately, Chu Yang saw countless sword lights filling the entire sky. At the same time, a thick, pitch-black demonic aura surged out from the extraterrestrial demons' camp. Whistling sounds rose one after another. Those were the weapons of the extraterrestrial demons. They wreaked havoc in the demonic aura. In the face of Ji Huitian's magnificent sword aura, the demons didn't want to be outdone. They immediately responded. In terms of power, the extraterrestrial demons had the upper hand. Although Ji Huitian's sword aura was magnificent, it was still only his strength. The other side had hundreds of people. In the face of the other side's strong counterattack, Ji Huitian laughed loudly as if he didn't care at all. His sword made a buzzing sound. Immediately, everyone saw a snow mountain suddenly appear in front of them. Yes, from the sky to the ground, from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, a complete snowy mountain condensed in front of him. The mountain peaks stood in great numbers, covered in white snow and wrapped in white jade. Under the illumination of the sun, thousands of rays of magnificent white light were refracted, standing tall and majestic. This is Ji Huitian's unique martial art. Jun Weiling clasped his hands behind his back and explained to Chu Yang and the others. Snowy Mountain Condensation Sword! One sword, Snowy Mountain Toppling Sword. So far, this is only the first half of the move, or rather, the opening move. Jun Weiling stared at the snowy mountain, as if she was full of anticipation. As expected, June Weiling's expectations were not let down. In the next moment, the towering snow mountain suddenly collapsed without any warning. Every single snowflake transformed into dense sword energy. It was as if every inch of the world was filled with such chilling sword energy. Streaks, streaks, streaks were wreaking havoc in the entire world. On the other side, not a single one of the 300 flying demons managed to escape. All of them were trapped within the sword chi. There was no sign of him at all. All he could see with his eyes was the dense sword chi. Only the sword energy was awe-inspiring. Swish, 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 swish. With a clang, Ji Huitian sheathed his sword. With a flip of his body, he quietly landed on the ground. His golden robe shone as he slowly walked back. He actually did not turn back to look at the group of heavenly demons who were close behind him. His footsteps were light as he walked back. The moment he turned around, he said indifferently, "Crack!" Puff, 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 puff. Following this crack, as if they had received some sort of order, countless tiny cracking sounds suddenly rang out in a concentrated manner. The 300 heavenly demons, who had been in a state of stupefaction, stood motionless like statues. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on their bodies. From the cracks, black-purple blood spurted out. Following that, pieces of flesh and bones gradually separated from his body, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground, regardless of whether it was their heads, chests, shoulders, arms, or legs. They all cracked at the same time. It was as if they were made of mud that had suddenly encountered a flood. Under the irresistible external pressure, they instantly turned into puddles of flesh and blood. There was no resistance at all. 370 heavenly demons were instantly killed by Ji Huitian's sword. As the demons were annihilated, the pungent smell of blood rose to the sky. Ji Huitian looked at this scene with his hands clasped behind his back. He said indifferently, "I changed the name of this move. Now it's called One Sword Dismemberment of Millions." Mo Ching Wu's complexion turned deathly pale as she looked at the puddles of flesh and blood in front of her. She was used to killing and was used to death. But she still received a great shock when she suddenly saw such a horrifying and bloody scene. Yes, it was dismemberment, genuine dismemberment without any tricks. Moreover, no matter how many enemies came in front of him, as long as this sword was used, all of them would be dismembered and killed. There was no exception. There was no exception. Chu Yang was shocked. The strength of this former leader of the tribulations was really unfathomable. Ji Huitian sighed and said, "The only pity is that I still haven't been able to practice this move to the real extreme. Now, I can only dismember less than 1,000 people with one sword. But as long as I have more time and continue to improve, there will be a day when this sword is used, and all of the extraterrestrial demons will be dismembered and killed with one sword. Foreign invaders should be dismembered and killed." He grinned with a dignified demeanor. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it was really hard to imagine that such a bloody scene just now was caused by this person. June Weiling lowered his head and muttered, "I can't take it any more. I really can't take it any more. This guy is too pretentious. He's too pretentious." Seeing the sudden change, the leader of the heavenly demons on the opposite side had fear in his eyes at this moment. Although he had heard all kinds of rumors about the golden-robed heavenly guards, he absolutely didn't expect that any one of them had reached such a frightening level. These people on his side were absolutely no match for this one person. Moreover, there were so many of them, there were really too many of them. More than 10 people against more than 3,000 people. And it actually made the side with more people feel that there were too many of them. This was really an unprecedented and strange thing. If everyone had similar strength, then the leader of the heavenly demons didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, he would be scared to death before the other party even made a move. "Retreat for today. We'll take revenge another day." The leader of the heavenly demons came aggressively, but after the battle, he gave such an order. But this order seemed to be very timely. At least, all the heavenly demons felt so. All the heavenly demons let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Great, we don't have to die. Ji Huitian laughed loudly. You want to run when things aren't going well. You came to our heavenly imperial court, and you still want to go back alive? What a wishful thinking. What a joke. Brothers, let's attack together. Kill this bunch of bastards. Everyone responded loudly, and in an instant, swords and sabers were drawn. Something that the leader of the heavenly demons didn't dare to imagine happened. It turned out that the rest of the people were really on the same level as that ferocious person. They all had tyrannical strength, and there was no suspense at all in the battle. Chuyang and the other two didn't participate in this battle. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they were stopped by June Weiling and the others. Even though they knew that since these three dared to come to Purple Cloud Heavens, their strength must be extraordinary, June Weiling and the others felt that it was better for them not to take action. One was Tribulation's Swordmaster, one was Sister Tribulation, and one was the Princess of Purple Cloud Heavens. Needless to say, these three people were all dead. Even if any of them were accidentally injured, everyone would feel very guilty. Chu Yang and the other two helplessly looked at this battle, and they were really a little depressed. Chu Yang couldn't understand how June Weiling and the others thought. If they didn't let them take action in such a risk-free battle formation, then what other battle formation would let them take action? This was because the current battle was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. With the 11 Tribulation brothers attacking at the same time, the 3,000 heavenly demons were no match for them at all. In just a few moments, the massacre was over. As for the leader of the heavenly demons, he was the luckiest because he was the only survivor. The reason why he could survive wasn't because of how strong he was, but because Ji Hui was captured by the world order. This battle had no suspense at all, and Chu Yang couldn't help but yawn. These were called heavenly demons. They were really too weak. Although the people on his side were really strong, these guys were really too weak to withstand a single blow, right? The leader of the heavenly demons, who was captured by the heavenly demons, was the most unfortunate. Although his companions had all died, at least they died happily. But now he couldn't even. What was your standard in the land of heavenly demons? What was your specific position? June Weiling was interrogating. Actually, it couldn't be considered an interrogation, but a torture to kill. Regardless of whether that heavenly demon answered or not, a bone would be broken. This heavenly demon's cultivation and divine soul energy had been completely restrained. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't do it. He could only passively endure this torture. After a long while, June Weiling finally got an answer. This answer, coupled with June Weiling's explanation, shocked Chu Yang. Big captain! Just a big captain of a big team. A big team of 3,000 people. This heavenly demon wasn't even a general. He wasn't even a general of the lowest rank. The military ranks of heavenly demons were divided into 12 ranks. Each rank was higher than the previous. Above the ranks of general, there were heavenly demons, 10 earths, and 10 heavenly demons. Above the 10 heavenly demons was the heavenly demon king. Above the 8 heavenly demon kings, there were the 4 great heavenly demon kings. Above the 4 great heavenly demon kings was the supreme ruler of the heavenly demons, the heavenly emperor. Chapter 2442. The strength of the extraterrestrial demons has never been truly revealed. Back then, when they invaded Purple Cloud Heavens, they only sent out a portion of their strength. Ji Huitan sighed and said, Firstly, they are also afraid of the countless experts in our Heaven Imperial Court. Secondly, we also have experts at the level of Emperor 1, Empress only, and Holy Monarch who haven't joined the battle. If we rashly start an all-out war, the gains won't make up for the losses. Back then, just one Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and one Purple Cloud Heavens had already caused the extraterrestrial demons to lose a lot of battle power. If Emperor 1 and Empress were to join forces, the losses would definitely be calculated by tens or even hundreds of times. Even though the extraterrestrial demons have a lot of people, they can't afford such losses. Therefore, the extraterrestrial demons are also quite apprehensive. Not to mention, the number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court, Holy Monarch only, has never joined the battle. As the number one expert of the extraterrestrial demons, the Heavenly Emperor naturally wouldn't act rashly. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the white fog on the first bridge has existed since ancient times and has never changed. As long as this layer of white fog exists, one must pass through the first bridge to truly reach the Heaven Imperial Court. And this first bridge is a military strategic location where one man can hold back 10,000 men. No matter how high one's cultivation is, one can only walk over here, step by step. The movement of a large army will definitely be restricted. Actually, the extraterrestrial demons have long been thinking of various methods, hoping to eliminate this layer of white fog. Xianyuan Changkong said in a low voice, they have already researched for 1,000,000 years. Every once in a while, a new method of attack will appear, and they will try it out. As long as they can eliminate this layer of white fog barrier, the extraterrestrial demon army can drive straight in and attack the Heaven Imperial Court. Regarding this, I'm really a little worried. Although in these millions of years, they have never found an effective method to deal with the white fog, but in the long run, sooner or later, they will develop it. Because in these recent years, their various attempts have already affected the white fog to a certain extent. Although the effect of each attack is still not obvious, in the recent 20,000 years, the white fog has actually become much thinner. As people who deal with the white fog day and night, we are naturally aware of this change. Ji Huitian nodded and said, "That's right. When I first came here, the white fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I couldn't even see my 5 fingers if I stretched my hand out. Even if 2 people were face to face and could feel each other's hot breaths, they still couldn't see each other's faces. But now, as long as I get closer, I can see more clearly. This is undoubtedly a strong omen of danger. Once this natural barrier disappears, it will be a great disaster for the entire Heaven Palace." Ji Huitian heaved a long sigh. "Could it be that you didn't report such an abnormal situation to the upper echelons of Tianke?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "Since such a situation has occurred, we should take the initiative to attack. Even if we can't kill all the extraterrestrial demons, we should at least try to suppress them. Don't let them attack the white mist. Since the white mist will become thinner after being attacked, it might be able to recover after a certain amount of time. If it can recover to its thickest state, it might be able to last for another 1,000,000 years. That is still very possible. Why wouldn't we report it?" Ji Huitian sneered. "But who would really care about those drunken big shots in Tianke? As long as the extraterrestrial demon army can still be blocked outside the first bridge, they will be safe in their hearts. We also want to let the white mist have a place to recuperate, but we only have so few people here. Everyone's defense is already stretched thin. How can we carry out a counterattack?" Chu Yang said angrily, "Once the white mist disappears, the extraterrestrial demon army will definitely move out in full force and invade Tian, Quebec. With just the people here now, how can we defend? When that time comes, won't the people be plunged into misery and suffering? I'm afraid that's already the general trend. But even if we are aware of it, what's the point? This is the situation now. Is there no other way?" Ji Huitian sneered. "Tianke has made it clear that they won't send an army over to defend. With just the few of us here, how long can we last? Besides, when the extraterrestrial demons enter Tianke, all of us brothers will definitely have died in battle. When that time comes, even if we die, we will die a worthy death and have a clear conscience. Even if Tianke is really invaded by the extraterrestrial demons or even completely fallen, we won't know anything. But as long as we are alive, the extraterrestrial demons can forget about taking a step forward." Ji Huitian's sword-like eyebrows slowly rose. He glanced at Zi Xieching and said lightly, "Although we brothers may not be as heroic as the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, This kind of loyal heart and righteousness is something that we should learn from the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao. Even if we will all die in battle here one day, we must also let the dead heroes know that they are not lonely. In this world, there is still another group of heroes who will perish together with them. Ji Huitian laughed loudly and said loudly, "Let's go! We will continue to charge forward. In front, each obstacle will be more difficult than the previous one. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Don't be careless. Our trip is of great importance. We can't be careless." Good. Tribulation's brothers shouted at the same time. Everyone was in high spirits and high spirits. The group continued to charge forward. It seemed that they didn't care about the heavy topic just now. It was as if they didn't hear it. But Chuyang looked at their backs for a long time. His mind was full of thoughts. It's not that they didn't care, but they had already seen through it. They had already thought it through. As they said, as long as they fought to the last breath, they would have a clear conscience. Even if they died, they would still be indomitable. What happened later would have nothing to do with them. Someone once said, "After I die, even if the world is flooded." Now, this group of people had such a mentality when they were free. However, the former was being irresponsible, while these heroes were being benevolent and had a clear conscience. Because even if they did, they couldn't do anything about it anymore. If the attitude of the Heaven Imperial Court's higher-ups doesn't change. Ji Huitian flew rapidly and sighed. Destruction is imminent. Everyone was silent. Even Chuyang was silent. Yes, the extraterrestrial demons were recuperating and preparing for war every day. But there weren't many people in the Heaven Imperial Court who knew about the extraterrestrial demons. Even if they knew about the extraterrestrial demons, it didn't stop them from indulging in debauchery. Because there was a saint, and D.E. Empress, outside the purple cloud heavens, there was that strange white fog that had existed for a long time. The extraterrestrial demons definitely couldn't come over. But who knew that the white fog was gradually dissipating? Who knew that the extraterrestrial demons had never given up trying to dissipate the white fog for 1,000,000 years? And these 1,000,000 years of peace had already made everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court forget about the extraterrestrial demons once the strongest fortress was lost and broken through. Then one could imagine that in just a moment, billions of extraterrestrial demons would surge into the Heaven Imperial Court. By then, it would be too late to say anything along the way. They encountered more and more battles. Although his divine sense was still restricted, and he didn't come into contact with the extraterrestrial demons personally, Chuyang could still feel that the demon soldiers sent out by the other party were gradually increasing in strength. The duration of each battle was also getting longer and longer. In addition, Chuyang also had a vague feeling that although the demon soldiers sent out by the other party were getting stronger and stronger overall, they still didn't cause any real pressure to the Tribulation Brothers. Even though they outnumbered them by hundreds and thousands of times, they were still annihilated in the end. The extraterrestrial demons actually didn't send out any powerful experts all along. This situation seemed to be very wrong. Although the Tribulation Brothers of the past were powerful, there was still a limit. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons really couldn't find an expert who could fight against them? This was obviously impossible. If so, how did the purple cloud heavens fall when there were so many experts, and they were even more powerful than the Tribulation Brothers? Taking the limits of Yuan Tian as an example, if they really fought one-on-one, even if the Tribulation Brothers had the indestructible golden body, they still wouldn't be his match. The indestructible golden body didn't equate to eternal immortality. If the opponent's strength was too powerful and exceeded the limits of the indestructible golden body, the indestructible golden body would eventually be broken. But the extraterrestrial demons just didn't move. This reason was more thought-provoking. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons are luring the enemy deep into the purple cloud heavens? Chuyang found Ji Huitian. Ji Huitian's face was full of profound meaning. Our original intention is to go deep into the core area. Even if they really set up a trap to lure the enemy deep into the purple cloud heavens, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, it's exactly what we want. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with worry. But if our guess is right, the situation will be very different from when we keep on breaking through. At that time, the extraterrestrial demons will surround us and form a heavy encirclement. If we want to turn around and fight our way back from there, it's too dangerous. Ji Huitan said lightly, "For thousands of years, we've been fighting our way through like this. So what if it's dangerous?" He paused and looked at Chu Yang. His eyes turned solemn, and he said, "For so many years, we've always been defending passively. We've never touched the core area of the purple cloud heavens at all. Regarding the real battle power of the extraterrestrial demons, at most we only have a smattering of knowledge, or even completely don't understand. The original intention of this operation is to escort the Princess of Purple Cloud to pay respects to His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. But this trip back and forth can also be used to really feel out the actual situation of the extraterrestrial demons. If we don't personally experience the extraterrestrial demons' real strength, it'll always be hazy and blurry." Ji Huitian's voice turned indifferent. "Brother Chu, we'll naturally do our best for this trip. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll still make sure that the three of you return safely. Maybe by then, not many of our brothers will be able to return. But if we really can't return, then we'll have to trouble you to report the actual situation and real strength of the extraterrestrial demons to Tian Ke. Today the deputy moderator came to Lai Wu and taught me a crazy lesson. Tomorrow, the leader of the publishing house will come to Lai Wu in the afternoon. The leader of the gaming company will come to Lai Wu in the morning. There are also two great gods who will fly to Lai Wu the day after tomorrow. Lai Wu is suddenly a gathering of heroes. Because of the above reasons, today's second update will be a little late. Because this morning, the deputy moderator got me drunk, the updates in the next few days will be unstable. Let's see if you can guess who will come over. Let me give you a hint. It's a very heavyweight kind. Chapter 2443. Chu Yang's gaze froze. Reporting to Tian Ke and making Tian Ke face up to the danger of the extraterrestrial demons is really more difficult than this battle. Ji Huitian smiled mockingly. That bunch of big shots who are used to peace and comfort. Haha! Ji Huitian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. He fell silent. It seemed that these words had evoked the intense anger in his heart. On the road after that, Ji Huitian's attacks became even more vicious, even more fearless, and even more relentless. Xianyuan Changkong's brothers obviously already knew something from Xianyuan Changkong's mouth. Everyone fell silent. This night was destined to not be peaceful, and it was also destined to be a long night. With surging murderous aura mixed with boundless demonic aura, the extraterrestrial demon army finally arrived. With the arrival of this extremely large extraterrestrial demon army, Xianyuan Changkong and his brothers rushed out as if they had gone mad. They didn't allow anyone to help them, and they just killed blindly. They killed hundreds of thousands of extraterrestrial demons for an entire night. An entire night. Everyone was like a madman. No one knew that only in a life and death battle, when facing the enemy, they were actually killing while tears streamed down their faces. As they shouted the name of their boss, they continued to kill the enemy in a frenzy. Perhaps it was only at that time that they could truly express the sorrow and regret in their hearts. Perhaps only the wounds all over their bodies and the piercing pain when the enemy's swords and sabers cut their flesh could lessen the pain in their hearts a little. This night, an entire night, the extraterrestrial demon army, which had a total strength of more than 200,000, was so frightened by this person that everyone trembled. He was a killing maniac from head to toe. Fighting with such a maniac was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing. Firstly, they all had the undying golden body. Secondly, the undying golden body's madness, after an entire night of killing, the extraterrestrial demon army completely collapsed. Just at dawn, they retreated with a howl. When they retreated, Less than half of the army of more than 200,000 was finally able to retreat. Success or failure was uncertain. Jiang Shenghan and the others stood among the corpses of the extraterrestrial demons with tattered clothes and wounds all over their bodies. Their faces were mournful and their eyes were red. An individual against 200,000 was obviously a huge victory. This was a classic battle that was enough to give rise to legends and legends. However, there was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with sadness and sorrow. At this moment, the other Tribulation brothers, who came to greet him with joy, looked at each other in dismay. What's wrong with this person? Why did he still have such an expression after winning? Behind Ji Huitian, the junior cultivator frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed greatly. He abruptly raised his head and looked at Chengyu. His eyes burned with passion, and he didn't even blink. Quickly pull them back to heel. Ji Huitian roared. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. Ji Huitian turned his head and saw his brother's ugly face. He couldn't help but be surprised. Zuiqiu, what's wrong with you? This person was none other than Zuiqiu Yunfu, the brains of the second generation's Tribulation brothers. Zuiqiu Yunfu's face was a little pale, and his body swayed for some reason. His eyes were still following Cheng Feifei and the others, but he soon focused on Xianyuan Changkong. He took a deep breath and said, I can almost guess why they're acting so strangely today. Ji Huitian was puzzled. Zuiqiu Yunfu breathed heavily, and his face was abnormally red. He said, Do you still remember? June Weiling and the others also went crazy like this some time ago? Ji Huitian frowned and suddenly remembered, that's right. That time, June Weiling and the other 8 people suddenly rushed out of the first bridge for some unknown reason. They wantonly slaughtered within a radius of 8,000 li and almost killed all the heavenly demons within that radius. In the end, everyone was so tired that they almost died. Could it be? That's right. Zuiqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly. If I didn't guess wrongly, the reason for their actions and Cheng Yu's current situation should be the same thing. He murmured, as if he was asking himself and Ji Huitian, what could make June Weiling and the others lose their composure like this? Do they not care about life and death? What exactly was it that could cause Xianyuan Changkong and the others to be so dejected? What did they know? Ji Huitian pondered for a while, and his face suddenly changed. His body, which had always been steady, suddenly shook, and he said with a trembling voice, Unless it's that incident back then. Zuiqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, and during this period, Yan Fei and the others actually called themselves Tribulation again. Why? We always knew what they were thinking. The only reason that could make them like this is... Ji Huitian suddenly felt his mind was in a mess. The next moment, he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. For a high-level saint like Ji Huitian to actually stumble and almost faint, it could be seen how great of a shock this matter had to him. The two looked at each other and saw the faint and inexplicable fear in the depths of each other's eyes. There was also a feeling of surprise, joy, and expectation hidden in the depths of their hearts. When they turned around, they saw that Cheng Yufei and the others were already surrounded by others. They quickly set up some tents, and June Weiling and the others took out medicine to treat their injuries. Ji Huitian and Zuiqiu Yunfu hurried over at the same time. At this moment, a gentle voice said, Do you have enough medicine? How is the effect? I have the heavy pill of the tribulation, Sword Master here. Maybe it can help them recover faster. The heavy pill of the tribulation, Sword Master. Almost everyone looked up and stared blankly in the direction of the voice. How many years had it been since they heard these words? But who could really forget it? It was a peerless elixir that could instantly heal all injuries and restore one's cultivation base whenever one was injured. But that elixir only belonged to one person. It was a peerless elixir that belonged to our boss. Now they actually heard it again. Emo Chinguo stood gracefully at the periphery of the crowd. She gently stretched out her jade-like hand, holding a bottle of purple crystal jade essence in her fair palm. It was like a pure lily, blooming with purple stamens. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the purple bottle. Many people's eyes suddenly became scorching hot and sour. Even Cheng Yufei and the others, who were seriously injured and exhausted, raised their heads with difficulty. They stared at this small bottle in a daze, and suddenly tears welled up in their eyes. One by one, they couldn't help but start sobbing. Men of steel had tears, and the tears were condensed. This situation was rare, but for so many men of steel to be like this, it was definitely unprecedented and rare. Emo Ching Wu slowly walked closer. Everyone unconsciously stepped aside to make a path for her. Everyone's eyes and minds were fixed on this small bottle at this moment. Everyone's expressions were extremely complicated, extremely painful. Cheng Yufei struggled to stand up, and even though the wounds on his body were bleeding, he stood straight. His face was solemn as he looked at Emo Chinguo, who was gradually approaching. Behind him, Jiang Shenghan, Shenyuan Changkong, and the others also struggled to stand up. Their expressions were extremely serious, almost as if they were on a pilgrimage, and they looked at this purple bottle. Inside was the heavy pill, the long-awaited heavy pill, the heavy pill of the calamity, Sword Master, Boss's heavy pill. Although Boss was no longer here, the heavy pill would not change. Her jade fingers moved, and the bottle opened. An elegant and pleasant fragrance spread out and instantly filled the air. Cheng Yufei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his tears finally flowed out uncontrollably. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Boss, after a long time of 50,000 years, I smell this long-awaited scent again. Boss, the other few people were also trembling as they watched the heavy pills being poured out of the purple crystal bottle one by one. Everyone was trembling as they stretched out their hands, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a king. They devoutly received the heavy pills that fell into their palms and lowered their heads to look at them. In their tiger-like eyes, drops of tears fell like broken strings. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat them. Emo Chinguo anxiously urged. Don't you all know that heavy pills shouldn't be exposed outside for too long? After a long time, the effect will be greatly reduced. I can't bear to. Cheng Yufei looked up and sighed. I can't bear to. These 4 words seemed to express the thoughts in everyone's mind. They were indeed reluctant. This was a heavy pill with Boss's aura. Now that Boss was gone, how could he bear to eat this thing at this moment? Emo Chinguo was so anxious that she stomped her feet. What's there to be reluctant about? The effect of elixirs is to heal injuries and save lives. I still have a lot of them here. You all should hurry up and eat them. Later, I will give each of you one as a souvenir, okay? There's more? One for each? Everyone's eyes lit up. Under Emo Chinguo's insistence, Cheng Yufei finally ate the heavy pills in his hands carefully and began to close his eyes to cultivate. Everyone's face was full of tears. Such a big man actually couldn't control his tears. This seemed to be something worth laughing at, but everyone's face was heavy. Not to mention laughing out loud. They didn't even have the slightest intention to laugh. Everyone was thinking about something. They only felt their hearts were in a mess. Emo Chinguo took a step back. She watched with the others as the injuries on the person who was previously covered in wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye after taking the pills. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. Chapter 2444. Seeing that success or failure depended on them taking the heavy pill, Jun Weiling suddenly took a step forward. He looked at Emo Chinguo and said, almost as if he was begging, Miss Emo, your purple crystal bottle is now empty. I have a presumptuous request. Can you give this bottle to me, please? A purple crystal bottle that could store spiritual medicine without losing its efficacy was indeed a rare treasure. However, to a high-level saint, this thing was not even a small toy. If someone were to say that a high-level saint had asked for it, 100 people would snort in disdain. However, this thing had happened at this moment. June Weiling's tone was so sincere and so careful. If one did not see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears, it was hard to imagine that a high-level saint, an iron-blooded man, would be so humble because of such a small thing. And his tone, that kind of strong pleading, clearly expressed his urgency, his endless desire to get this little bottle, an empty bottle. Hearing this, Emo Chingu suddenly felt her nose tingle, and she almost cried. She nodded and slowly handed the purple crystal bottle over. June Weiling took it with both hands carefully. A trace of excitement flashed across his face. His brothers immediately surrounded him and begged, "Let me smell it! Let me smell it!" For a moment, June Weiling was squeezed in between the crowd and did not know what to do. Someone at the side blurted out, "How did this little guy get it first?" "Why didn't I get it first?" Seeing the situation, Emo Chingu finally could not help but tear up. She turned around and hurriedly went to find Chu Yang. What a bunch of cute and respectable men. Everyone else looked at the purple crystal bottle that was being fought over with a complicated gaze. "June Weiling! Shimin Wanli!" Ji Huitan could not hold it in anymore and shouted, "Both of you, come over here!" He looked fiercely at June Weiling and Shimin Wanli, the think tank of this generation, and said angrily, "Tell me, what is going on? Why? You still don't want to explain to your brothers." Zhuqiu Yunfu also came over. He looked at Shimin Wanli with a complicated gaze and said, "Wanli, what is going on? Is it?" Shimin Wanli took a deep breath and looked up into Zhuqiu Yunfu's eyes. He only answered with one word, "Yes." It was that one word. When Zhuqiu Yunfu heard it, his body swayed violently and he closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them and said, "Did you learn some other information?" Shimin Wanli was speechless and fell into silence. It was not that he did not want to say it, but that he really did not know how to describe it. How could he say it and expose this matter from the bottom of his heart? "Speak. What the fuck are you thinking about?" Ji Huitian roared. This roar was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. "Right now, the timing is not right," Shimin Wanli said with difficulty. "We're already deep in the purple cloud skies. There are at least millions of heavenly demons around us, perhaps even tens of millions of them. If we affect everyone's state of mind and make the wrong decision, then we're all doomed." He raised his head and said softly, "When we go back, I will tell you everything in detail. I will tell you everything I know. But now is not the right time." Zhuqiu Yunfu's body shook again, and he said with difficulty, "Is it about the Calamity Sword Master?" On one side, Ji Huitian suddenly flew into a rage. He grabbed Shimin Wanli's lapel and roared, "You've already said so much. If you don't fucking say it out loud, I'll die in front of you." This loud roar caused everyone's gazes to shoot over. Shimin Wanli was lifted into the air by Ji Huitian. He looked at Ji Huitian sadly and said softly, "Do you really want to hear it?" Ji Huitian was furious. "Nonsense. Don't you regret it?" Shimin Wanli laughed bitterly. "Why should I regret it? Hurry up and say it." Ji Huitian placed Shimin Wanli on the ground and said loudly, "Say it." "Wait." Zhuqiu Yunfu waved his hand and said, "Shimin, is this matter related to all of us here?" Shimin Wanli closed his eyes in pain and nodded. "Since that is the case, let's get everyone here to listen." Zhuqiu Yunfu said in a low voice, "Shimin, you and Changkong have already known about it and have calmed down a lot. If later we do something out of place, or if we make some impulsive decisions, the two of you must help us redeem them. If you don't listen, just beat us. Just leave us alive." Chu Yang, who was listening from afar, sighed in his heart. They were indeed the brains of the Calamity Sword Master. Every one of them was a wise and intelligent person. Zhuqiu Yunfu must have vaguely guessed something, or even understood it. He was just short of saying it out loud. Otherwise, he would not have made such preparations in advance. Shimin Wanli took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, I got it." Ji Huitian waved his hand, and the group of brothers surrounded them. They surrounded Shimin Wanli and Jun Weiling in the center. Jun Weiling let out a long sigh and lowered his head. "You say it," Jun Weiling said with difficulty. "You say it." Shimin Wanli was also very reluctant. They were all unwilling to speak of their tragic past. "Wanli, you say it." Zhuqiu Yunfu said decisively. Shimin Wanli sighed. "It's like this." Shimin Wanli gathered his emotions and wanted to speak calmly. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. It was mixed with a kind of guilt and anger that almost made him want to die. Subconsciously, he shouted out loud, "Actually, we were wrong back then. We were wrong. We were wrong from start to finish. Our boss and your boss, they have never betrayed us. He had never tried to frame us. They never made use of us. It wasn't a coincidence that we didn't die when we were supposed to. Instead, we didn't die at all. Boss bore all the dangers for us. We were wrong. The truth is, our boss died to help us. We bastard brothers who were blinded by hatred scolded him for tens of thousands of years." Shimin Wanli suddenly lost control of his emotions and said hoarsely, "It was us bastards who let our boss down. It was never our boss who let us down. Including all of you. Including every single one of you here." Shimin Wanli's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces as he scolded. "From the beginning to the end, all of us are a bunch of idiots. A bunch of idiots who use their own hearts to look down on others, repaying kindness with enmity, ungrateful, heartless, and unjust, devoid of conscience. They're just a bunch of trash. Brother Jia, hee, such a lofty title. Even I blush when I mention it. Do we deserve it? We don't deserve it." Shimin Wanli's sudden outburst of rage caused everyone to freeze in shock. They hadn't even gotten to the main point yet. So why had he gone crazy? Why was he scolding himself and everyone else for no reason? However, no one made a sound. They just waited quietly for him to continue. Obviously, everyone knew that what he was about to say was going to be earth-shattering news. In fact, everyone could already guess what Shimin Wanli was going to say. But everyone needed proof. Everyone was waiting for the truth to come out from Shimin Wanli's mouth. Shimin Wanli took a few deep breaths before he gradually calmed down. Then he began to tell the story, which would break his heart every time he thought about it. He recounted the unforgettable past, which had been engraved in his heart and heart. As he spoke, everyone held their breaths without exception. Pairs of eyes stared at Shimin Wanli, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. "That's how it is." Shimin Wanli laughed bitterly. "Boss died for a bunch of trash like us. His soul was scattered, and he was scolded by us ungrateful fellows for tens of thousands of years until now." Still no one spoke. Zhuqiu Yunfu's body was trembling slightly. Ji Huitian's hand was trembling slowly. He gritted his teeth, as if he had been struck by lightning. He sat there in a daze. Everyone's eyes were showing signs of dilation. They were looking at the void in front of them without any focus. After a long time, someone suddenly shouted and stood up with tears streaming down his face. "This is impossible. This is impossible. You're lying. You're not telling the truth." He pointed his finger at Shimin Wanli and roared angrily. His body was trembling violently and his face was flushed red. It was as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. That kind of red. His pupils seemed to be in a daze at this moment. He was at a loss and empty. Shimin Wanli looked at him coldly and said sharply, "From your reaction, I can tell that you already believe me, but you still choose to yell at me. Why? Do you not want to admit that you are heartless, ungrateful, and heartless? You are worse than a dog or a pig. Or are you trying to escape? Shimin Wanli's voice was even more sarcastic. Sarcasm. The big man staggered back 2 steps and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He muttered, "Boss, is it really like this? Did we really misunderstand him?" Suddenly he fell to the ground with a plop and fainted just like that. No one moved. No one went forward to help the burly man. But everyone's breathing became heavier and heavier. It gradually became louder and louder, almost like bellows. Chapter 2445. Actually, there have always been many doubtful points about this matter, but at that time, Shimin Wanli smiled bitterly. I don't know how you guys got along with each other back then, but my boss has always been very good to us. How many times have we brothers gone through life and death together? How many times have we been in a situation of certain death? But my boss has never run away alone. Every time, he has been the one to hold the line. Even if it was really impossible and we had to retreat, my boss would always be the one to bring up the rear. Why would such a boss frame us? Why would he do such a despicable thing that day? This is extremely illogical. It's just that we are all blinded by greed and ungrateful. Shimin Wanli stood up and sneered. The bad nature of humans is on full display here. If someone treats you well 1,000 times, you can forget it all. But as long as they don't treat you well once, you will never forget it. We are a bunch of bastards. Bastards from head to toe. Shimin Wanli pointed at them one by one. Every time he pointed at a person, he scolded, "Ungrateful bastards! Selfish bastards! Bastards who bite the hand that feeds them! Bastards!" In the end, Shimin Wanli slapped himself in the face and scolded, "Shimin Wanli, you are a shameless, heartless bastard. What right do you have to be called Tribulation's brains? Shimin Wanli, why don't you just die? What face do you have to continue living in this world with your deceitful heart?" Shimin Wanli howled in pain. Outside, in another tent, Chuyang also closed his eyes in pain. He completely shut off his senses and cut off all perception of the outside world. He really couldn't bear to listen to this tragic scene. This day and night, the heavenly demons kept sending troops to harass them, but every time they were killed by the crazy brothers of tribulation. They continued to fight tirelessly and without regard for their lives. Chuyang did not participate in the battle. Chuyang even felt grateful to these heavenly demons at this moment, because they really provided a channel for Tribulation's brothers to vent their frustrations. This endless battle between life and death, the endless collision of flesh and blood, was the best way for them to express themselves right now. Zi Xieching had been listening and watching quietly. Finally, she let out a long sigh and said, "This bunch of people are really too tragic. I really don't understand. Why did they choose to enter the extraterritorial battlefield in such an inhumane way? Isn't that too cruel? Given the current situation, I'm afraid that even if all the extraterrestrial demons are killed by them, how can they live happily in their lives?" Zi Xieching sighed. Chuyang remained silent. He had a vague conjecture in his heart. However, he didn't have any concrete evidence at this stage. In fact, he didn't even have any signs of it. He didn't dare to make any assertions, or even think about it, especially at such a time. Chuyang naturally didn't dare to rashly make this guarantee or hope. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the future, once their hopes were dashed, the huge disappointment caused by it would probably cause them to collapse instantly. After 2 nights and 1 day of battle, it was dawn again. The smoke of the battle had yet to disperse. Generations of Tribulation brothers stood on the blood-drenched and devastated battlefield. All of them were in a daze. Their spirits were still there, but they seemed to have wandered off and were unable to control themselves. Chuyang sighed. However, he could only pretend that he didn't know what had happened. He walked out slowly and said, "In these 2 days, the extraterrestrial demons have been constantly sending out troops from the lowest to the highest level. Their combat power is also getting stronger and stronger. They should be testing our real situation. Judging from this, They should have a comprehensive plan ahead. Everyone must be on guard against this. Zhuqiu Yunfu forced a smile and said, "That's right. We all know this very well. They will definitely not allow us to return alive after entering the hinterland of purple cloud heavens." Chu Yang nodded. "That's right. All along the way, we have never changed our direction of advance. This is almost equivalent to telling them where we are going and where our target is. Therefore, the place where they will give us a fatal blow should be in Purple Imperial City." Zhuqiu Yunfu said. "Not necessarily." Shimin Wanli said, "I feel that the final blow that they will give us, which means that the battle that will decide our life and death, should be outside Purple Imperial City." Xianyuan Changkong and the others also nodded silently, agreeing with Shimin Wanli's words. Zhuqiu Yunfu suddenly understood and said, "That's right." This time, it was Chu Yang's turn to be puzzled. He said, "Why? Purple Emperor City is the best place and the best opportunity, isn't it? Our destination is Purple Emperor City. After we arrive there, our sharpness and morale will always be slightly weakened. The Sky Devils won't let go of such an opportunity, will they?" Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled sadly and said, "That's the original logic. However, you don't know another thing. His Majesty, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, is not only our hero, but also the hero that the extraterrestrial demons worship. Not only will we not do something to blaspheme the hero in our hearts, they won't do it either." Chu Yang was stunned. "There's such a thing? Is this true?" "It's very hard to imagine, isn't it? The extraterrestrial demons are indeed cruel and inhumane. However, in their primitive nature, they worship martial arts. They pay more attention to heroes, even if the heroes are once their enemies. In other words, ever since the incident with the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's position in the hearts of the extraterrestrial demons may have dropped to the level where he is second only to their Heavenly Emperor. They worship the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor to the extreme. Even in the land of the extraterrestrial demons, there are many people who have specially written books and biographies for the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. The contents of the biographies are completely free of any slander or blasphemy. In my opinion, this is really unbelievable, but it really exists." Zhuqiu Yunfu sighed deeply. "I can even guarantee that those who know about the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's past deeds in the Celestial Imperial Court will definitely not know as much as the land of the extraterrestrial demons. Is it very sad? However, this is the truth. In the Celestial Imperial Court, the respect that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor receives is also not as in the land of the extraterrestrial demons." Xianyuan Changkong sneered somewhat mockingly. With deep sorrow, he said, "I don't know if this is a great irony. Our own hero, the indisputable hero of mankind, does not receive the respect that he deserves in his own world. Instead, he has an extremely high position in the hearts of the enemy. Reality is really scary." Chu Yang was silent for a long time. A deep and heartfelt sorrow suddenly rose from his heart. He could not help but ask in his heart, "What is wrong with this world? What is wrong with this world? Is reality really so scary?" It is precisely because the extraterrestrial demons have great respect for the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor that the Purple Imperial City is instead the safest place in the entire Purple Cloud Heavens. This is because the extraterrestrial demons do not allow any fighting or noise to occur in the place where the heroes rest. Zhuqiu Yunfu sneered. Even the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's cenotaph was personally built by the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons. When these words were said, not only Chu Yang and the rest, but also the Tribulation Brothers of the past also felt a rush of grief and indignation. They almost could not control themselves. The heroes of their own world, in the land of their own race in the Heavenly Imperial Court, did not have a cenotaph or memorial. Instead, in the place of the enemy, they were respected and worshipped. Zi Xieching suddenly felt an indescribable sense of suffocation in her heart. This sense of suffocation made her have an impulse to kill someone. Everyone tried their best to calm themselves down, but they also knew that they could not delay any longer. They continued on their journey. 8,000 miles of yellow sand passed in the blink of an eye. Out of everyone's expectations, this part of the journey was unexpectedly calm and peaceful. The higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons might have already realized that these people had already gone crazy. If they rashly sent an army over now, it might not be able to deplete much of the enemy's strength. Instead, it would provide a channel for the enemy to vent their negative emotions. Although the extraterrestrial demons did not know why these people had gone crazy, they knew that these people's mental state was extremely abnormal now, since these people were already destined not to return halfway. Since they had already decided on the general direction and strategy to eliminate these people, then there was no need to continue probing now. They could basically come to an end. What harm was there in letting them pass like this? Anyway, they were a team that was destined not to return. Therefore, the rest of the journey was calm and tranquil, without any disturbances. This moment of peace lasted until 3 days later. In the vast land in front of them, standing at a high point, they could already see the situation in all directions. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains, lakes, towns, and forests. Chuyang suddenly felt that there was a vast expanse in front of him. Finally, in this devastated land of purple cloud heavens, he saw some vitality and some greenery. When he saw these, he seemed to feel more comfortable. "Is this where the extraterrestrial demons live?" asked Chuyang. "Yes." Ji Huitian sighed. "There are still some aboriginals in purple cloud heavens, but the aboriginals of purple cloud heavens have been living very miserably all these years, and they are also very secretive. Usually, they live in very deep and dense forests." Sigh. Ji Huitian was somewhat despondent. "The aboriginals of purple cloud heavens have never contacted us. In their eyes, we are not trustworthy." Chuyang sighed deeply. Right at this moment, they suddenly heard a loud cry coming from afar. The voice was very far away, but they could clearly hear the pain in that voice. Then yellow sand rolled in from afar, as if someone was rushing over here. Chapter 2446. Everyone frowned at the same time. This situation was not right. According to everyone's judgment, the heavenly demons' plan was to seal them all outside the purple imperial city and annihilate them. Although this place was not far from the purple imperial city, there was still a certain distance. If they launched an attack at this time, the encirclement line would inevitably be stretched too long. As long as they had the intention to retreat, the chances of escaping unscathed were quite high. The other party would not be so unwise, right? Just as everyone was thinking, the reason for the change in front of them had already appeared. Two figures flashed past in front of everyone like shooting stars. They did not stop at all and only shouted with a strange accent, "A large number of heavenly demon troops are coming. Quickly enter the dense forest." Then, the two people rushed into the primitive forest that seemed to stretch to the horizon with a whoosh. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and the two people had already disappeared. Experts. Ji Huitian and the others were stunned when they saw this. Although the two of them might not be as strong as them in terms of individual strength, their concealment skills could be said to have reached the pinnacle. It was just a blink of an eye, and they actually disappeared without a trace under their eyes. It was really an extremely rare method. Behind them, countless flying demon troops followed one after another. However, after seeing the two people sneak into the dense forest and a group of golden-robed people preparing to fight here, they did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they stopped chasing. A moment later, as if they had received some kind of order, the entire flying demon army immediately retreated without hesitation. Yan Fei could not help but be furious when he saw this. He took the lead and rushed to chase after the retreating flying demons. A few others followed him, but the quality of the other party's troops was very high. Their strategic intention was obvious, and they did not fight at all. The few of them tried their best to kill, but they still only killed a few flying demons. The other party had already disappeared without a trace. These fellows sure run fast. Yen Fei and the others returned resentfully. They really did not expect that these guys, who had such a huge lineup, would simply turn around and flee after seeing them. What the hell was this? Just as everyone was puzzled by this change, a doubtful voice suddenly sounded. "May I ask if you are gold-clothed heavenly guards?" Everyone turned around in astonishment, only to see the grass beside the forest wriggling. The originally flat grass that seemed to be normal actually had a human head popping out, looking up at them from the ground. Everyone here was a top-notch expert. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would be scared to death. However, because they were all top-notch experts, they did not treat these people as ghosts. Instead, they were even more surprised. None of them realized that the turf not far away was formed by these two people. The concealment and concealment skills of these two people were simply marvelous. It was simply breathtaking. Ji Huitian nodded his head. "That's right. I wonder who the two of you are?" After the two people confirmed the identity of Ji Huitian and the others, they became cold and indifferent. They said indifferently, "Why are you gold-clothed heavenly guards here?" Ji Huitian asked, "Can't we come here?" That person laughed and said sharply, "Since when did you people from the Heaven Imperial Court remember us from the purple cloud heavens?" Zi Xieching was shocked. She stepped out from the crowd and said, "You are from the purple cloud heavens?" The two people stood up slowly from the shadows and the grass. They puffed out their chests, their eyes shining. They said loudly, "Yes, we are from the purple cloud heavens. We are from the purple cloud heavens, are still fighting with the heavenly demons." The two people seemed to have too much anger towards Ji Huitian and the others. This sentence also seemed to be shouted out. Chu Yang's heart moved. He said, "I'm afraid the two of you have some misunderstandings about us. We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court. In the face of invaders, we should be united against a common enemy and defend against external aggression." Hearing this, the two people were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed sadly. "We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court, united against a common enemy? Ha! Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous." Ji Huitian and the others sighed heavily upon hearing this. They did not say anything. Hearing the two people, the older one said, "I wonder who else wants to join us against a common enemy? Ha! We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court. Does the Heaven Imperial Court still recognize the existence of the purple cloud heavens? Does the Heaven Imperial Court still recognize the purple cloud heavens as the land of the Heaven Imperial Court? Does the Heaven Imperial Court still think that the people who are still alive in the purple cloud heavens are from the Heaven Imperial Court? Ha ha ha! Bullshit!" He tilted his head fiercely and spat a mouthful of saliva. He said disdainfully, "The purple cloud heavens has fallen into the hands of the enemy for more than 1,000,000 years. In these millions of years, since when did anyone from the Heaven Imperial Court come to the purple cloud heavens? Since when did a troop from the Heaven Imperial Court come to the purple cloud heavens? You golden-robed heavenly guards have risen in these tens of thousands of years. You fought against the heavenly demons and killed countless demons. We know this, and we also recognize you as good men. You are fighting, but the purpose of you killing the enemy is for the Heaven Imperial Court, not for the purple cloud heavens." That person's clothes were ragged and his hair was messy, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. It was as if he wanted to stare into everyone's heart. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. How could he not understand the mentality of these people? They had been abandoned for too long, which was why they hated the Heaven Imperial Court. This was human nature to begin with. Just think about it. One's home was destroyed, one's homeland was destroyed, and the Heaven Imperial Court army that they had high hopes for and expected to receive reinforcements never appeared. They anxiously waited for the arrival of the Heaven Imperial Court army to reclaim their lost land and return to their homeland, but they waited for 1,000,000 years without any news. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. From disappointment to despair, this kind of complete abandonment and complete disregard, this kind of cold-heartedness was enough to make even the most good-tempered person break his heart. Not to mention these natives of the purple cloud heavens who grew up in the chaos of war and fought their way here. Even if the heavenly demons wreak havoc for a while, they will eventually be destroyed. Our homeland will eventually be reclaimed one day. Chu Yang looked at the two people warmly and said seriously, "Please rest assured, this day won't be too far away." The two people laughed mournfully. "Rest assured? What else do we have to worry about? We have long given up, we have no more heart." They laughed with grief and indignation. "We, the people of the purple cloud heavens, have the strength of character of the people of the purple cloud heavens. We will always have the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud, Zi Hao. We will continue to fight forever. As for you people of the Heaven Imperial Court, what do you want to do? What does it have to do with us?" When the purple cloud heavens gradually fell, it took more than a day, but the 10 great heavens didn't send any reinforcements. When the southern capital of the purple cloud heavens was finally conquered by the heavenly demons and 30 million people were buried alive, where was the power of the Heaven Imperial Court? Now, you are talking about reclaiming your homeland? When we were struggling to survive, we had no choice but to leave our homeland and live in the depths of the forest with ferocious beasts as companions, reproducing with difficulty. Every new generation has to know the history of the purple cloud heavens and our great heavenly emperor of the purple cloud, Zi Hao, from the moment they were born. Why? Because we know that the people of the Heaven Imperial Court won't remember us at all. They won't remember the purple cloud heavens, and they won't remember the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud. If we can't continue to strive for self-improvement, our heroes will truly be buried in this world. No one will ever know. From the moment a child of the purple cloud heavens is born, he will be accompanied by poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. From the age of 1 or 2, he will have to learn how to fight. From the age of 10, he will have to struggle on the edge of life and death every day until he is killed or starved to death or died in the mouths of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. Do you know that in these hundreds of thousands of years, almost none of the remaining natives of the purple cloud heavens died of old age in a peaceful atmosphere, no matter if it was a man or a woman? The so-called dying of old age is almost a term of legend. That person's eyes were about to split open, and blood almost seeped out of his eyes. And all of you are full of glory and righteousness, guarding the first bridge, killing enemies in blood, and achieving great achievements for generations. You are dressed in bright clothes, and your deeds are earth-shattering. You have written legends and created legends. But not once did you step out to rescue these survivors of the purple cloud heavens. I would like to ask all of you instead. That person smiled bitterly and calmly. Now in the Heaven Imperial Court, in all the school books, have there ever been a single word that mentioned the beginning and end of the battle of the fall of the purple cloud heavens? Has there ever been a single sentence that mentioned our unparalleled hero, the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud? Has there ever been a single incident that mentioned the survivors of the purple cloud heavens who have been struggling and fighting for the past 1,000,000 years? Has there? Ha ha ha! The two of them laughed loudly in unison, and their voices split the sky. However, their laughter was full of sadness and anger. Chu Yang sighed softly and was speechless for a moment. That's right. In so many years, other than the Eastern Royal Heavens and the Demon Emperor Heavens, the words heavenly demon seem to have disappeared from the books of enlightenment in the other heavens and earth. Now, in most places, no one knew about the great battle of the century that shook the heavens and earth back then. Back then, he had fought the heavenly emperor of the purple firmament alone. Now, there were not many people who still knew of him, especially among the commoners. Almost none of them knew his name. Faced with the sorrowful and angry accusatory eyes of these two people, Even though Chuyang was not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court, he could feel that every word and every sound was filled with blood and tears of accusation. They were all filled with sarcasm and contempt that filled the heavens and earth. Leaders and a few author friends really don't have much time here. In my place as the landlord, Chapter 2447. No matter what reason you have for coming here today, you are still humans. That person sneered and said, from now on, you will gradually go deep into the heart of purple cloud heavens where the heavenly demon resides. The heavenly demon's strength is bound to get stronger and stronger. Although we don't like you, we still have to warn you seriously. If you feel that your strength is not good enough, quickly get back to the first bridge. The Heavenly Imperial Court doesn't recognize purple cloud heavens, but we, the survivors of purple cloud heavens, don't care to recognize the Heavenly Imperial Court either. You're on your own. The two of them let out a long howl in unison. They didn't even bother to greet each other as they turned around and disappeared into the dense forest. The bushes that the two of them passed by didn't even have the slightest sign of shaking. The two living people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only a voice came from afar, saying indifferently, when the Heavenly Imperial Court forgets about hatred, when people get used to peace and happiness, when heroes are forgotten, when martyrs are no longer mentioned, when shame is buried in the dust, when glory is covered in dust, then the day of destruction is not far away. The Heavenly Imperial Court, you will definitely regret it. The indifferent voice sounded faintly in the sky, lingering in the ears. The voice still reverberated, but the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone stood in silence and no one spoke. Everyone felt as if their hearts were pressed by countless mountains, so heavy that they almost couldn't breathe. These few words were like a strange prophecy, fiercely smashing into everyone's heart, and they could no longer forget it. For a moment, everyone was speechless and sighing. Although Dai Jie didn't think that his actions were really so irresponsible, and although he knew that the two of them were talking about those people in the Heavenly Imperial Court who coveted pleasure and ease, he still couldn't help blushing. He was scolded to his heart's content and was worse than shit, but he couldn't get angry at all. He even had to give a thumbs up and praise. Good man. Such an extremely disgusting feeling was really hard to describe with words. Zhuqiu Yunqiu looked up to the sky and sighed, saying, one side is living a life of luxury, the other side is preparing for war. Once the war really starts, who will win and who will lose? It's really not optimistic. Xianyuan Changkong said quietly, that layer of white fog is indeed a natural moat that stops the heavenly demons from advancing. However, it also stops the people from the Heaven Imperial Court from having the courage and desire for revenge. In this world, there are gains and losses and vice versa. The double Heaven Imperial Court has been peaceful for millions of years. It would be weird if people's hearts weren't corrupted. Shimin wanly continued. However, this barrier cannot be breached, and it cannot be removed on its own accord. Otherwise, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Furthermore, the people who will bear the brunt of this disaster will be the common people. Billions of deaths will not be a lie. This was a responsibility that no one could bear. We hold the line of defense at the first bridge with good intentions. In fact, we are trying our best to maintain the false peace on the other side. Is there really any meaning to all of this? However, Tian Ke still needs a war. Otherwise, how can we rouse the blood of Tian Ke's people? We need a catastrophe to wake the people of Tian Ke up. Just because they don't face it doesn't mean they don't have to face it. They have to face what they have to face. Although war can cause countless innocent deaths after a long period of peace, we have to use blood and fire to awaken something. Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly. However, when we really face it, who will be at fault if hundreds of millions or even billions of innocent souls are killed because of war? Everyone was speechless. Everyone knew the logic, and everyone had already understood it. However, when they really faced it, who could be calm and clear? As they moved forward, everyone became more and more silent. Faced with the current situation, they really didn't know what else they could do. They didn't know whether their persistence in the past was meaningful or how long they could hold on. They were filled with melancholy, powerlessness, and helplessness. Chu Yang pursed his lips tightly. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that there had never been a moment that made him feel so pressed for time. The plan that he and his tribulation brothers had to be carried out in advance. Not only had the heavenly demons reached a point where there was no room for delay, the hearts of the people who needed to be saved had also reached a point where there was no room for delay. However, if the heavenly demons could be destroyed, how could the hearts of the people be saved? Sister Z, why didn't you reveal your identity when you faced the remnants of the purple cloud heavens just now? I believe that if you did, they would definitely be happy to see you return. Mo Qinggu was a little puzzled. She asked, I clearly saw that you were so agitated that you were trembling all over, but you didn't. Zi Xieching let out a long sigh, her face full of shame. How could I not know that as long as I revealed my identity, they would definitely change their view of us? However, it's precisely because of this that I, the princess of the purple cloud heavens, who had never done anything for the purple cloud heavens, what position do I have to speak? What right do I have to accept the worship of the remnants of the purple cloud heavens who had struggled and fought for millions of years? If I were to reveal my identity in front of them one day, then I must do something before that day comes. Do something that I should do, at least until I'm worthy of the title daughter of the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud heavens. Only then will I reveal my identity. Otherwise, I really don't have any dignity to meet them now. The current me doesn't deserve their loyalty at all. Zi Xieching's eyes were full of deep stubbornness. Chu Yang and the rest walked through the last part of the journey without any surprises or dangers. Along the way, they passed by countless intact or dilapidated towns. However, there were only traces of the heavenly demons in sight. The grief and indignation along the way could be imagined. This was originally the territory of humans, the home of the people. Finally, their destination, the purple imperial city, was in sight. Chu Yang looked ahead and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. His face was full of solemnity and respect, because Chu Yang finally saw the legendary impregnable pass that occupied the purple cloud heavens. That was the first impregnable pass of the heavenly imperial court that had appeared countless times in the last words of the purple cloud heavenly emperor. In that illusory scene, the impregnable pass had also appeared countless times. That was a huge gate. On both sides were towering city walls, all made of steel. The city walls were 1,000 feet tall and hundreds of feet thick. They extended continuously on both sides, as if there was no end. In the middle was an infinitely majestic gate, as if it could hold up the whole world. Right above the gate were 3 big words, Purple Cloud Pass. Even from far away, it could be seen clearly. It was unknown just how many fierce battles this majestic city wall had endured in the past. Although the mottled spots on it had already been repaired too many times, they could still be seen clearly. On the towering city wall, a huge flag with a radius of 10,000 feet stood tall and fluttered in the wind. Purple Cloud Heavens. Seeing these 3 words, Zi Xieching couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they flowed out. This was the war flag of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. Although this was obviously no longer the original side, it could still be seen that the heavenly demons had tried their best to maintain the original appearance. This was their greatest respect to the hero of this generation. And on both sides of the pass, there was a couplet. On the couplet, there was that kind of heroic handwriting that went straight to heaven and earth. But there are the purple cloud heavenly soldiers here. Heavenly demons can forget about passing this pass. Even after millions of years, the purple cloud heavenly emperor's handwriting still stood tall and mighty. Proud of the world. Facing this shocking building, those steely and awe-inspiring handwriting, everyone knelt down neatly. To the hero, respect. To the legend, worship. Yes, you have done it. You have fulfilled the promise expressed by this sentence. In the end, the purple cloud heavens fought to the last soldier, and the heavenly demons didn't pass this pass until all of them died in battle. After the heavenly demons surged into the purple cloud pass, what they faced was an empty city that spanned tens of thousands of miles. As long as there was one person and one breath, the heavenly demons couldn't pass, unless all of us were dead. In the solemn silence, Zi Xieching was already sobbing uncontrollably. In front of the pass, as far as the eye could see, there was a dense crowd shuttling back and forth. All of them were oddly shaped, and most of them were short and small. They were the various races of the heavenly demons gathered here. They entered and exited unusually peacefully with little noise. They entered and exited this pass that originally belonged to the hero quietly. When everyone saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and their breathing was unusually heavy. They couldn't hide their murderous intent any longer, and their deep grief and indignation were almost about to burst out. The heavenly demons who came and went looked at these people of different races. Although their eyes were vigilant, curious, and even a little cruel, they didn't react at all. They just passed by like this, even though they kept turning back to look, but here no one made any noise and no one attacked. When Chu Yang and the rest entered the city gate, they found a notice board that explained this silence. Below it, 2 swords were crossed, holding up this notice board high up. Purple cloud, holy ground, no noise. Those who disobey will die. Below the order was a black emperor's seal. This was the heavenly demon's supreme symbol of imperial power, the heavenly emperor's seal. With endless grief and indignation, Chu Yang and the rest walked into this pass that was stained with the blood of countless heroes. They walked into the destination of this trip, the purple imperial city, the place where the purple cloud, heavenly emperor, fought a bloody battle back then. Zi Xieching's hometown. At this moment, no one knew what they were feeling when they walked in. It was difficult for them to grasp the emotions they had when they walked in. When the 14 of them walked into this impregnable pass, countless heavenly demon troops suddenly appeared on the horizon outside the purple imperial city from all directions. They came from all directions, closing in on him without leaving a single gap. It was a tight encirclement, not leaving a single gap. Further away, there was a huge black mass of heavenly demon troops gathering, gradually approaching this side. However, all the heavenly demon troops stopped 30 miles away from the purple imperial city and stood still. The heavenly demon troops gathered more and more, and gradually they couldn't see the end of it. With the current lineup, the heavenly demons had mobilized at least 10 million troops, and their goal was precisely these 14 people. Chapter 2448. The extraterrestrial demons mobilized tens of millions of troops, and their goal was precisely these 14 people. This huge action undoubtedly showed the great determination of the extraterrestrial demon to keep these people here at all costs. Despite such a huge action, all the extraterrestrial demons were silent. These golden-robed heavenly guards had already entered the purple imperial city. When they came out, it would be the beginning of a tragic and bloody battle, and the end of this bloody battle would definitely end with the fall of all the golden-robed heavenly guards. No matter how many extraterrestrial demons they had to sacrifice, they would not hesitate. No matter what, they had to eliminate the biggest obstacle to the extraterrestrial demons' march into the Heaven Imperial City in these years here. They absolutely could not allow any of them to return alive. On Chu Yang's side, everyone was well aware of the situation outside the city. They all clearly knew that the extraterrestrial demons had already surrounded this place like an iron bucket. It was airtight, and there was no space to be found. Even the way back was filled with traps and layers upon layers of ambushes. But everyone's expression did not change, and they were not afraid at all. The 14 of them strolled leisurely in the purple imperial city, wantonly looking at the surrounding scenery, looking at the traces of the battle from back then, reminiscing about the deeds of the countless heroic souls from back then. With a feeling of pilgrimage, they moved forward, moving forward, moving forward towards their destination. Everyone directly ignored the densely packed extraterrestrial demons that could be seen everywhere. Even the extraterrestrial demons could respect our heroes. So, of course, they could not lose face. In front of the heroic souls, what we maintain is the demeanor of the Heaven Imperial City. This is the pride of humans. If there comes a day when we reclaim the Purple Imperial City, we will not hesitate to kill all the extraterrestrial demons here and leave them without descendants. But before that, we will not do anything here. Today, we will not do anything. We will not disturb the rest of the heroic souls for momentary pleasure. Right in the center of the Purple Imperial City, there was an unusually huge square. In the center of the square, there was a statue of golden armor. Visually, this statue was at least 1,000 feet tall, towering majestically. The golden statue held a sword in its hand, and a cold light flashed. Its 2 feet were one in front and one behind, as if it was about to fight angrily. Its resolute face was full of contempt and arrogance, and its eyes were full of persistent, murderous intent. This golden statue was the statue of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds, Zihao himself. It was vivid and lifelike. Just looking at this statue was like seeing the arrogance and disregard of the purple firmament Heavenly Emperor when he was at the end of his rope, facing billions of heavenly demons alone. This was a kind of heroic spirit that seeped out from the bones, a heroic spirit, an innate, peerless aura. Zi Xueqing watched in a daze as tears filled her eyes. With tears in her eyes, she seemed to be able to see the scene of her father fighting a bloody battle alone. I'm Zihao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament Heaven. Sky Fiend, come and fight me. Even though millions of years had passed since then, the words of the Purple Cloud, Heavenly Emperor, still seemed to reverberate in this place. Even if he was fighting alone, even if he was isolated and without help, even if he was at the end of his rope, even if he was at the end of his rope. However, I am still Zihao, still full of pride, still a peerless hero. Zi Xueqing knelt before the statue and refused to get up. This is my home. One day I will go home. I want to take my home back from the hands of my enemies. Father, Mother, your daughter is back to see you. Thank you. I want to say that I miss you all. I have never hated you all. I love you all. Very, very much. When I dream, sometimes I dream of you all. Did you all come to see me? I hope that I can dream of you all every day. Even if it is a dream, it is also good. Zi Xueqing said softly. Father, Mother, do you know, when I came here, my heart suddenly calmed down. Although you are no longer here, I can still feel that you are here. You are still here. I have a home. I am very happy. Chu Yang is very good to me. If you see me, you will definitely give me your blessings. Father, Mother, I miss you all. That night, Zi Xueqing fell asleep in Chu Yang's arms unknowingly. This girl, who had always been strong and independent, was like a fragile baby tonight. She fell asleep without any defense. She had a dream. She dreamed of her parents. Tears flowed down her face. 2 days and 2 nights later, when it was time to leave, Zi Xueqing had already regained her usual calmness. After experiencing 2 days and 2 nights in this purple imperial city, she seemed to have found comfort in her heart. Her wandering heart finally settled down, and it was an unprecedented sense of security. Her parents were in front of her, and he was by her side. When we come here again, Purple Cloud Heavens will definitely have recovered. I swear. Chu Yang swore silently in his heart. Looking at the statue of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud and the sword in his hand, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Heroes should not be covered in dust. Heroes should not be covered in dust. Purple Cloud Heavens will definitely recover. The heavenly demons will definitely be destroyed. I swear to the heavens. Indestructible heavenly demons, if I don't take revenge, I am not human. I am Chuyang, Calamity Sword Master Chuyang, the successor of Purple Cloud Heavens. Besides, I am also your son-in-law Chuyang. Goodbye, father-in-law, your majesty. In the near future, we will definitely meet again. Before the heavenly demons are destroyed, that will be the time for us to meet again. When Chuyang and the rest of the 14 people walked out of the city gates after paying their respects, they saw all the Heavenly Fiend clan members looking at them strangely along the way. Or perhaps it could not be said to be strange. It was actually also a kind of gaze that was rational and expected. It was a gaze that contained hatred, loathing, and pleasure. They stared at the 14 people as if they were looking at dead people. It seemed that everyone was sure of one thing, and that was that as long as these 14 people left the city, they would definitely die. Everyone was well aware of the Heavenly Fiend clan's mentality, but they also snorted disdainfully. In the end, they only smiled indifferently. Walking out of the city gates, everyone looked back in unison. Finally, they took a deep look at the purple imperial city. This castle that had fallen into the hands of a foreign race was the sacred place of all the hot-blooded men in the world. Today, we will temporarily leave. We are about to leave with a sky full of blood, a stench in the air, and endless corpses. When we return, it will definitely be the time of Purple Cloud Heaven's recovery. After a glance, everyone turned back resolutely, no longer feeling sentimental. They began to walk together. They had only walked for about a dozen miles. After going over a slope, they saw the densely packed Heavenly Fiend army in the distance, with no end in sight. The innumerable army was like a stretch of pitch-black, demonic fog that stretched straight to the sky, as if there was no end in sight. In all directions, there were Heavenly Fiends densely packed together. The Heavenly Fiend Horde's army of 10 million was silent at this moment, but that silent and heavy aura seemed to be able to freeze the air. Such a formation could be said to have gained the upper hand by a show of strength. Those who were slightly weaker in mental strength did not even need to fight. Just by looking at this formation and the great disparity in their battle power, they would immediately collapse. The wind blew across the sky, causing countless flags to flutter. That indescribable, murderous aura pounced on them and filled the sky. What a great battle array! Chuyang narrowed his eyes and laughed softly. He said, "Gold-robed heavenly guards have indeed become the greatest threat to the heavenly fiends." Just by looking at this formation, it's not hard to guess that they are already determined to win this battle at all costs. Ji Huitian stood expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. He said lightly, "They are destined to be disappointed. It's not such an easy thing to block the path of our brother Tribulation." These two sentences caused everyone's eyes to shine. Brother Tribulation, the long-awaited appellation, finally reappeared. Everyone's blood suddenly boiled, and they found it difficult to control themselves. "None of us can die in this battle." Zwichio Yunkyo raised his eyebrows and said softly, "If we really want to die, it must also be after we kill all the heavenly fiends. That is the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud's wish. It is also the chance that Big Brother sacrificed everything for us. Not only must we be worthy of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud, we must also be worthy of Big Brother. We must not let Big Brother down." Everyone nodded silently. Chuyang looked deeply at Zwichio Yunkyo. He was indeed worthy of being Tribulation's think tank. Just this sentence was undoubtedly the strongest mobilization order to all the Tribulation brothers. It was also the strongest life-saving talisman. It was easy for a person to fight with all his might, as long as he had the intention. But for a person to work tirelessly in a hopeless situation and try his best to survive, it was truly an extremely difficult thing. And the belief to work hard to survive was undoubtedly the only driving force to create this miracle. How can we not value the things that Big Brother exchanged with his life? How can we give up so easily? We have already let Big Brother down. How can we bear to disappoint him again? Our lives no longer belong to us, but to Big Brother. How can we die before we complete the long-cherished wish that he wanted to complete but didn't have the chance to? The heavenly fiend army in the distance parted, and a few figures rose up and rushed into the sky. Then, with their hands behind their backs, they floated in the air. Their limbs and bodies didn't move, but they were extremely confident and at ease as they traveled with the wind. 10 heavenly fiends. It could be seen that these heavenly fiends who came out of the crowd were the leaders of each team. Huitian and the others looked at the 10 heavenly fiends coming slowly, their eyes calm and unperturbed. Golden-robed heavenly guards. The leader of the heavenly fiends was dressed in brocade and had a golden crown. He was very different from the ordinary heavenly fiends. This person didn't have a ferocious face like the ordinary heavenly fiends. Instead, he was strangely shaped and had a fair complexion. He looked no different from the ordinary humans in the heavenly imperial court. Other than that, he exuded an air of elegance. His voice was also elegant and calm, filled with a kind of admirable demeanor of a king. Alarm bells rang in everyone's hearts at the same time. This heavenly fiend's cultivation was definitely extraordinary. He was probably not below Ji Huitian, who had the highest cultivation among them. Chapter 2449. Ji Huitian took a step forward and said, "We are golden-clothed heavenly guards. Who are you in the heavenly devil land? What is your identity? Tell us your name. We brothers have killed many heavenly devils, but it's rare to kill someone like you." That golden-crowned heavenly devil laughed and said, "As expected of the golden-clothed heavenly guards, your tone is not small. I can't tell you my name, and you can't kill me." He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, "You guys better surrender. You guys have no way forward, no way back. My army has gathered a large army to encircle and suppress you. There are many experts, and the difference in strength is too great. You guys have no way out. Your only chance of survival is to surrender to me, and I can guarantee that you guys won't die. Furthermore, I promise that as long as you guys can surrender, the tens of thousands of years of killing will be written off, and I won't pursue it any more." Ha! Ji Huitian looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was extremely joyous, as if he had heard a great joke. Then he shouted, "Brothers! Here!" Everyone shouted in unison. "This demon, Brat, actually wants us to surrender. Everyone tell me, isn't this joke a good one?" Well said. I really didn't expect this devil cub to have such a talent for telling jokes. That's right. That's right. A real person doesn't show his true colors. For a moment, cheers rang out. That golden-crowned heavenly devil's face turned cold as he said solemnly, "This is definitely not a joke. This is your last chance of survival. Don't make a mistake." Ji Huitian pretended to be stunned when he heard that. "What? It's not a joke, brothers. This devil cub said that what he said just now was not a joke. How can it not be a joke? If it's not a joke, then it's his heart that's crazy. These heavenly devils are all brainless, right? Otherwise, how can they say such words? Directly taking on a part-time job. Thoroughly disgraceful. A heavenly devil who can say such idiotic words must have smashed his head against the wall when he was born. He must have been born with a head full of tofu dregs, right? Ha ha ha! That golden-crowned heavenly devil leader's expression changed again and again. At this moment, he had already become somewhat sullen. He was still able to endure and did not immediately explode. He asked solemnly again, "Why are you guys doing this? I am indeed sincere this time. Why are you mocking me like this?" His eyes were filled with anger. "Even if you don't accept my sincerity, you don't have to humiliate your opponents like this. You people from Tian K have such low standards." "Bullshit," Yen Fei scolded. "You were the one who insulted us first, and now you're accusing us of insulting you. Are you that handsome? How could we be in the mood to insult you? Even if you want to raise your own status, You don't have to do this, right? What did you say? I insulted you first? When did I insult you? The heavenly demon was at a loss. He argued loudly. Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled faintly, but the light in his eyes was as sharp as a blade. Your original intention has nothing to do with us. However, when you asked us to surrender, you were already insulting us. He puffed out his chest and said loudly, We are brothers of tribulation. How can we surrender to the outsiders? If you come up here and fight, I'll fight you. Regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, it's a form of respect for us. But you want us to surrender to you. Haha, you actually treat us as the kind of people who can be recruited to surrender. If this is not insulting us, what else can it be? That golden crown, heavenly devil, was silent for a moment. Then he revealed a relieved expression and said, I see. His voice, his eyes were filled with endless regret. If he could make these humans surrender wholeheartedly, there would be a lot of benefits. In addition to being able to continue to send them back to guard the first bridge and build a fortress that was difficult for the human race to break through, the heavenly devil army could also sneak into heaven imperial court as they wished. But now, this idea had undoubtedly become a bubble. These people would definitely not surrender. Since there was no hope of getting them to surrender, the heavenly devil nodded. His eyes gradually revealed a sharp murderous intent as he said word by word, You're right. I shouldn't have planned to make you surrender. Since that's the case, let's fight. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't. He suddenly rose into the air and quickly flew backward. A pair of huge black wings suddenly appeared on his body. With the appearance of the black wings, his speed increased by several times, and he quickly left the attack range of Zhuqiu Yangqiu and the others. Then he roared in the air, Kill! Kill with all your might. Don't leave a single one alive. The tens of millions of heavenly devils around him roared at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering. In the next moment, heavenly devils from all directions rushed over to attack. The tens of millions of troops moved together. Their momentum was inexplicably shocking, and the ground was almost shaking violently. Everyone quickly surround them. Zhuqiu Yangqiu shouted in a low voice, Set up the tribulation unification formation. No matter what, we have to charge out of this battle alive. This is definitely not where we belong. Yes. After a series of responses, 7 camps were formed at the same time. A series of shrill voices could be heard. Calamity merge formation. Rise. Glory for thousands of years. Only my tribulation. With my brothers by my side, I'm invincible. Tribulation unification formation. I'm invincible. After a long roar, Ji Huetian's body shone with golden light. Holding his sword, he took the lead and stepped out. The 8 brothers followed closely behind. The formation of stars was impressively formed. First, they occupied a position. This was the beginning, and then the 3rd generation tribulation brother followed closely behind, occupying another position. This is the tribulation 7 stars formation. Although they were only standing in 2 positions, Chu Yang had already seen through it immediately. He couldn't help but look over worriedly. Now, only the 7th generation tribulation was together. Therefore, even if everyone were to form a formation, they could only form the tribulation 7 stars formation at most. Moreover, this formation had a rather fatal flaw. There were no flaws in the tribulation 7 stars formation itself. It was definitely a first-class superformation. When used together, it could integrate all the battle power and increase it by several times. As long as the formation wasn't broken and messed up, the battle power formed by the formation wouldn't be depleted. But the problem now was that there weren't enough people to form the formation at the moment. The 2nd generation tribulation, 3rd generation tribulation, 4th generation tribulation, and 7th generation tribulation were all complete individuals. Their partial formations were naturally complete as well. However, Among the fifth-generation Tribulation brothers, Wu Jueqing was missing. Among the seventh-generation Tribulation brothers, Diwu Chouchang was missing, although only 2 people were missing. It was enough to cause flaws in the operation of the formation. These 2 flaws were destined to be irreparable. Once the Tribulation's 7 stars formation was activated, other than the formation's power being greatly reduced, there was also the potential danger of the enemy taking advantage of the situation. Although everyone was well aware of this matter, they had no way to resolve it. Even if Zhuge Hutu, Zhuo Qiuyin, Shimin Wanli, Xianyuan Changkong, and other think tanks, there was nothing they could do about this. Although there were disadvantages in using this formation, it also had the advantage of increasing battle power. If they didn't use this formation, the situation would be even more dangerous. Therefore, they could only hold on. The heavenly demon army was getting closer and closer. Once the battle started, there was no turning back. Although there were flaws in the Tribulation's 7 stars formation, it was already the best way for Tribulation and the others to deal with. Although they knew it was a risk, they could only hold on. You don't have to care about us. June Weiling laughed. As long as you can charge out, we can die without regrets. Moreover, although we have 1 less person, we may not really die. On the other side, Lu Long laughed heartily. That's right, let's fight. Wait. Please wait. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Then he said hurriedly, Qinggu, go to June Weiling's side and play the role of Wu Jueqing. Perfect Tribulation's partial formation. Make sure that there are no flaws in the formation and give the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. Mo Qinggu nodded. Her red dress fluttered. In a flash, she had already gone to Wu Jueqing's empty position. Ignoring everyone's puzzled looks, Chu Yang said, Big Sister Z, you will fill Diwu Chouchang's position. Make sure that the formation is complete. Z Xieching agreed. Her white figure fluttered, and she was already standing in Lu Long's team. Although Zhuqiu Yanqiu and the others knew that Chu Yang's arrangement was well-intentioned, they still couldn't help but frown. Isn't this nonsense? One must know that this Tribulation's 7 stars formation was a special formation jointly created by many generations of Tribulations. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to an ordinary battle formation. It wasn't something that could be made up by just adding 1 more person. Otherwise, Zhuqiu Yanqiu and the others would have already invited Chu Yang and the others to help. If those who participated in the formation weren't Tribulation's brothers, they wouldn't know how to operate this formation at all. If they forcefully joined in, not only would it be useless, it would even cause the formation to collapse from within. Once such a situation occurred, they would undoubtedly be destroyed by the enemy at the first instance. Of course, if there was a Tribulation sword master supporting them, such a situation could still be avoided. But now, not only did they not have a Tribulation sword master, even Tribulation wasn't complete. Joining in so hastily was simply fooling around. They might even be sacrificing everyone's lives in vain. Not to mention, there was also Tribulation's sister and the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's daughter. If something were to happen, how would they be able to bear the responsibility? Even if they died in the spring, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chu Yang seems to be a very clever person. How can he be so reckless as to give out orders? But before they could react further, a large group of heavenly demons had already rushed over. Countless swords and sabers shone with cold light and fell neatly. Now that things had come to this, it was too late to change anything. Forcefully changing the formation would only further damage their own battle power. They could only resign themselves to fate and do their best. Charge! Ji Huitian took the lead. He flew up and rushed into the crowd of heavenly demons. Chapter 2450. It was only a moment of contact, but dozens of heavenly demons were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and they died without a complete corpse. Ji Huitian attacked with his sword. However, no one saw how his sword appeared or how it killed people. There wasn't even sword light, but those heavenly demons were sent flying like minced meat. Following Ji Huetian's actions, the group of brothers beside him also moved in unison. The other large group also moved in unison. The 14 of them were like a huge sharp arrow, shooting into the crowd of heavenly demons without turning back. Everywhere they passed, there was a rain of blood and a foul wind. There are no less than 10 million heavenly demons. In the midst of the battle, Zhuqiu Yangqiu could still kill people calmly, calculate calmly, and speak calmly. However, those who can really come into contact with us and fight with us won't exceed 1,000 people. Kill the 1,000 people in front of us, then face the next 1,000 people. Actually, our target is only 1,000 people. From the beginning to the end, it's only 1,000 people. Everyone, do you understand? We don't need to use all our strength to deal with 1,000 people. We just need to kill them. Charge forward as we kill. Charge forward all the way, and don't change the initial direction of our advance. Brothers on both sides, focus on defense. The group at the back, don't fall behind. Operate the 7 stars formation at full power. Don't slack off or make any mistakes. No one is allowed to think about dying. We have to go back alive, and we can definitely do it. Amidst the deafening battle cries, Zhuqiu Yangqiu's voice was like cold water that had reached the freezing point. It slowly flowed into the hearts of every brother who was fighting. He actually sounded calm and relaxed. Everyone listened carefully to Zhuqiu Yangqiu's analysis. They didn't stop at all and charged forward with all their might. At this stage, the heavenly demon soldiers are exhausting our combat power. When they think that it's a suitable time, it's the time for their experts to attack. If the first attack doesn't succeed, the subsequent attacks will definitely be more ferocious. The order in which their experts attack is probably one wave after another. Everyone, pay attention to the appearance of each wave at all times. They are using the deaths of their own people to create opportunities and time for themselves. Therefore, these guys will never be able to compare to us. Zhuqiu Yunfu laughed. Because we will never use our brothers. What's more, he's using his life. Therefore, against such a despicable race, we will definitely win. Zhuqiu Yunqiu let out a long cry, and his sword flashed with thousands of cold beams, cutting down all the heavenly devils in front of him. That's why we must win. He let out a long howl and laughed. His voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the sky. All the tribulation brothers laughed at the same time. Yes, they are far worse than us. We will win. Actually, we are bullying them. I don't even feel anything when I fight. There's no sense of accomplishment at all. It's really too easy. There's no pressure at all. Ha ha ha. High up in the sky, the 10 leaders of the heavenly demons stood there, looking down at the battlefield. Ji Huitian and the others were like a big ship, cleaving through the waves and advancing bravely. Their advancing speed was really fast to the extreme. The heavenly demon army, that clearly had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, was actually unable to stop them at all. Now, many of the heavenly devil horde had already been left behind by them. These heavenly devil hordes' unhindered pursuit speed was actually unable to keep up with Ji Huitian and the rest's breakout speed. In other words, if Ji Huitian and the rest's breakout speed was still the same, then there were already a considerable number of heavenly devil horde that could no longer pose a threat to them. Indeed, very strong, really very strong. That golden-crowned heavenly devil sighed softly. They are infuriating us. Another heavenly devil said with some apprehension, but we cannot make a move, at least not at this stage. The golden-crowned heavenly devil's gaze was deep as he said, "It is not easy for a high-level heavenly devil to appear. We must not waste them so easily. Let's follow the established strategy and first use the cannon fodder army to weaken their spirit. Wait until a certain extent, then send out the experts to kill them. This is a foolproof plan. I'm afraid the losses will be very big, ah." Another heavenly devil grinned as he looked down at the waves of blood that were rushing up like torrential rain. He felt that his lips were somewhat dry. This is something that can't be helped. If the losses are not big, they're not worthy of being called golden-robed heavenly guards. How would they be able to stop our footsteps for close to 100,000 years? The golden-crowned heavenly devil said indifferently. The other heavenly devil generals sighed inwardly and decided not to persuade him any further. Because the general had already decided, it was useless to persuade him any further. But if they did so, even if they could preserve the strength of the upper echelons to the greatest extent, by the time these 14 people were killed, the number of sacrifices in this army of 10 million would be an extremely terrifying number. Even if these heavenly devil horde were cannon fodder, they were still heavenly devil soldiers. Losing so many heavenly devil horde in one go was definitely an expensive price to pay. Even if they were willing to pay this expensive price, another question that was worth discussing was, could they really keep these people alive? This was something that no one could be sure of. Those golden-robed heavenly guards had created too many impossible miracles in the past. Looking down at Ji Huitian and the rest who were weaving through the army of 10 million, everyone felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these golden-robed heavenly guards was truly too terrifying compared to the shock of the heavenly devils. Ji Huitian and the rest were even more surprised. Originally, they thought that Zi Xieching and Mo Qingwu's rash participation in the Tribulation Battle Formation in a futile attempt to perfect the Tribulation Battle Brothers' Tribulation Battle Formation was simply a meaningless act. It would definitely not have any positive effect and could even easily cause destructive damage. But now, it seemed that everyone was greatly shocked. Although the addition of these two people had indeed caused an astonishing destructive effect, this effect was completely used on the enemy. The reason why such an effect could be created was that in this battlefield where thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting, the strength of the 7 tribulation battle teams was actually completely neck and neck, completely and perfectly compatible. None of the teams were even half a step behind. The entire tribulation 7-star formation was flawless and flawless, only unprecedentedly strong. Jun Weiling and Lu Long, these 2 tribulation teams, had always been the 2 weakest teams among the Tribulation Battle Brothers. It was not because their strength was slightly weaker, but because they had lost members. Especially in team battles, this weakness was even more obvious. Although each team only had 1 less person, the result of this loss was the loss of the natural strength of each individual. So these 2 teams had always been lagging behind. But the fact that they were neck and neck with each other this time proved one thing. The 2 women that Chu Yang had casually sent out were actually able to perfect the Tribulation Unification Formation. Not only that, the flaws in the Tribulation Unification Formation were no longer there, but they were also able to make up for it perfectly. No matter what kind of battle they were facing, these 2 women's coordination and positioning were not weaker than anyone else's. They were even more proficient than others. With their perfect coordination, the Tribulation Battle Formation reached the extreme state of perfection for the first time. What was going on? Another bigger question was, how did these 2 women know the secret of the Tribulation Battle Formation? That Mo Qingwu, although one of the Tribulation Battle Brothers' younger sister, should not know about it? The Tribulation Battle Brothers would never reveal the secret of the Tribulation Battle Brothers to outsiders, even if it was their own brothers. And that Princess Zi Xiao, she was even more baffled. Why did she know? If the younger sister of the Tribulation Battle Brothers of this generation knew, it would barely make sense, or perhaps her brother accidentally let it slip. Although this kind of situation was also basically impossible. Then it was really too unreasonable for Princess Zi Xiao to know about this. But now that they were in the middle of a great battle, who had the time to ask such questions? It was more important to hurry up and face the enemy with all their might. Although everyone had a belly full of doubts and puzzlement, they could only fight with all their might at the moment, and only by really rushing out and escaping to heaven. Only then would there be room for an answer to this mystery. Zi Xieching's white dress fluttered. Her figure was graceful, but her attacks had nothing to do with her beautiful figure. Her attacks were only brutal and domineering and invincible. Mo Qingwu's red dress fluttered, and her heavenly dance was fully performed. That dance was like a fairy in a fairyland, but it brought out a kind of heroic spirit. As she danced, the dreaming of a gentle dance saber sprinkled out pieces of dreamy saber light, and the surrounding heavenly demons fell down one by one just like that. Some heavenly demons fell to the ground and died, but there was still a look of intoxication and appreciation on their faces. It turned out that beauty could also be so beautiful that it could kill. After a while, the face of the leader of the heavenly demons in midair finally changed, and he was no longer calm. Because he noticed Mo Qingwu's attack, the muscles on his face actually twitched subconsciously, and there was a feeling of an old scene reappearing suddenly. Isn't this the famous consummate skill of the purple cloud heaven's emperor's wife? The heavenly demon with the golden crown somewhat lost his composure, and his face was pale as he muttered to himself, back then, my father, the lord of earth demons, died under this beautiful, dreamy heavenly dance. I didn't expect this heavenly dance to actually reappear in the world today. Heavenly dance. Is it really the legendary heavenly dance? Beside him, the faces of a few heavenly demon generals also changed greatly. The heavenly demon horde respected the heavenly emperor of Zishao, but that earth-shattering battle back then also caused all the heavenly demons to suffer from a phobia of some names. For example, the heavenly emperor of Zhiao's purple cloud tower and purple cloud sword. Another example, Ling Piaoping's heavenly dance. Chapter 2451. Back then, Ling Piaoping used up all of her life's potential to dance in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. That boundless beauty contained boundless killing intent, causing the earth demon army of 3 million, including the lord of earth demons, to all die in one afternoon. Although Ling Piaoping finally died after that battle, she was like a lamp that ran out of oil. However, the words Tian Wu deeply wedged themselves into the hearts of the extraterrestrial demons. Tian Wu, the undefeatable Tian Wu. This dream-like skill haunted everyone like a nightmare for a long time. At this very moment, this lost dream had actually appeared in front of him once again. Moreover, it was displayed on such an outstanding woman. What was the relationship between this woman and the heavenly emperor of purple clouds? Goddess Piaoping. Goddess Piaoping, Ling Piaoping, was the only person who had once killed more demons than the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. How would the nightmare of the past really appear again today? For a moment, all the extraterrestrial demons fixed their eyes on Mo Qingwu. The leaders of the extraterrestrial demon horde were all guessing, how did this beautiful woman in red obtain Ling Piaoping's inheritance? In the battle back then, Ling Piaoping and Tian Wu's might had intimidated the heavenly demon horde. The heavenly demon horde had launched an investigation because of Tian Wu's fear. After 1,000 years of investigation, it was finally confirmed that Tian Wu no longer had a successor. Ling Piaoping was the last one. One had to know that Goddess Piaoping, Ling Piaoping, was famous. However, there was no successor back then. The reason why there was no successor. On one hand, Ling Piaoping was already the empress of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. Her identity was special, and she was no longer suitable to be a teacher. Another, more important reason was that the conditions to inherit Tianwu were very difficult to meet. In addition to the need for exceptional talent, aptitude, and foundation, there were many other restrictions. For example, only a woman could inherit it, and only a beautiful woman could inherit it. It was not easy to find a suitable successor. Until Ling Piaoping's death, no one had been found who could inherit the power. After confirming this, many extraterrestrial demon horde rejoiced. The peerless dance of one dance killed a city, another dance killed a country, was finally no longer seen. However, today, at this moment, the dreamlike elegy dance reappeared before their eyes. How could the extraterrestrial demon, horde, not be shocked? This woman's current cultivation is still far from Goddess Piaoping's level, but she already has about 40% of Tian Wu's peak power. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown looked at Emo Qinggu. Extraterrestrial demons fell in droves. Extraterrestrial demon horde. His eyes were serious. He said, "This isn't right." Right, that woman can't unleash 40% of Tian Wu's peak power. It should also be enhanced by that strange formation. An enhancement effect is quite large. That's right. The battle formation is the battle. This battle formation has both offense and defense. It is indestructible and unbreakable. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Move the whole body and the branch will be scattered to the end. Their individual powers are perfectly integrated. Any attack against one person will be shared by them. If this theory is true, even if Demon King level experts attack together, they won't be able to destroy one person at the same time. As long as they don't destroy one person at the same time, they will have to face their full counterattack. You can imagine how dangerous it is. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown stared at the Calamity unification formation and frowned. Inside, the 13 people have formed 7 such battle formations. Every group is the most perfect battle formation. The most terrifying thing is that these 7 battle formations have a subtle connection with each other. It's as if the 7 small formations have formed an invisible, great formation. That is to say, at least at this stage, as long as you fight with them, no matter which direction you come from, you may have to face the joint attack of the 13 people. Of course, the premise is that you are worth the joint attack of so many people. If the situation continues to develop, the result is not optimistic. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown pondered for a moment. He made up his mind and said, "Pass down the order. Use the jade-shattering tactic." Jade-shattering tactic. All the generals trembled at the same time. The jade-shattering tactic was the general name of the extraterrestrial demon's desperate tactics. This tactic was not to seek victory after defeat or to seek opportunities in danger. Instead, it was a suicidal tactic to fight with the enemy with one's life. Every extraterrestrial demon who participated in the battle, no matter what kind of attack they faced, would launch a self-detonation attack at the same time. No matter whether they could kill the enemy in the end, the person who used this tactic would definitely die. However, they could use all their power to turn into an earth-shattering explosion to attack the target. 100,000 extraterrestrial demons. Let's see the result of this battle. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown's voice was extremely cold at this moment. His eyes flashed with a crazy and vicious light. 100,000 jade shattering tactic to watch this battle. This number came with a considerable price. To be able to use the jade shattering tactic, one's cultivation level could not be too low. If it was too low, there would be no effect at all. Other than that, the person who used the jade shattering tactic had to have relatively good eyesight and courage. This was because the timing of the jade shattering tactic was also very important. A moment of cowardice or hesitation could cause the jade shattering tactic to be incomplete. An extraterrestrial demon that had to combine all 3 points was no longer an ordinary extraterrestrial demon horde. Mobilizing 100,000 extraterrestrial demons to execute the jade shattering tactic was definitely an extremely extravagant method of attack. It was also an extremely cruel and decisive method. The rest of the great extraterrestrial demon leaders were trembling all over. Their hearts were also trembling. They hurriedly retreated and went to make their own arrangements. The 10 great camps each sent out 10,000 jade shattering demon soldiers. If any single camp sent out all 100,000 jade shattering demon soldiers, it would be a huge blow to their vitality. Back then, the extraterrestrial demons had attacked Purple Firmament for a long time without success. The situation had entered a stalemate. The 8 great guardians guarding Purple Firmament were Long Yu, Frost Spear, Meng Hui, Frenzied Blade by Luo, Snow Song, Yellow Springs, Heaven Battling. The 8 of them each led an army and guarded 8 directions. They were bathed in blood and fought hundreds of battles. Each of them operated like an iron wall without any loopholes. The extraterrestrial demons had an army of tens of millions. Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were unable to advance an inch. However, it was at that time that the Heavenly Demon King proposed an extremely decisive tactic. It was 100,000 jade, shattering demon soldiers, watching this battle. In that battle, they had used the tactic of 100,000 extraterrestrial demons, collectively self-destructing. They had used their own lives to open up this passage. The so-called watching this battle was to see if such a desperate and decisive tactic could be effective. And the key point was the word battle. If these 100,000 jade, shattering demon soldiers, they would not be able to shake the foundations of any of the 8 great guardians. Then the extraterrestrial demons could only slow down and plan slowly. The effect of the first wave of 100,000 jade, shattering demon soldiers' self-destruction was truly terrifying enough to destroy the world. Purple Firmament Guardian Lunyu's army vanguard was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was completely wiped out. In the true sense of the word, they were reduced to ashes and smoke on the battlefield together with the 100,000 extraterrestrial demons. It was obvious that this battle was indeed effective. The Heavenly Demon King did not hesitate to launch a second wave of attacks. A total of 800,000 high-level extraterrestrial demons self-destructed, forcing the Purple Firmament Guardian Lunyu to die on the battlefield. At this point, one of the 8 great guardians had died, and when they faced the second Purple Firmament Guardian, they realized that they were still unable to defeat him. The Heavenly Demon King had no choice but to use the Jade shattering demon soldiers' tactic again, front and back. Facing the crazy Purple Firmament, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals, the extraterrestrial demons used a total of 10 million Jade shattering demon soldiers to finally open up the passage to the Purple Imperial City. A total of 10 million Jade shattering demon soldiers and 10 million elites of the extraterrestrial demons fell at the same time. Although the results of the battle were extremely glorious, the sacrifices they had to pay were also immeasurable. Under such an extreme battle tactic, the Purple Firmament heavenly soldiers were forced to use the same tactic as the enemy to barely resist. At the end of the battle, the sound of self-destruction simply rose and fell one after another. Until now, 1,000,000 years later, some people who had personally experienced the battle still trembled all over when they thought of it. They were extremely terrified, and tears flowed down their faces. And back then, 10 million extraterrestrial demons and 100 Jade shattering demons achieved the final result of the extraterrestrial demons' invasion of Purple Firmament. For this matter, the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons specially established the Loyal Soul Society. The names of the 10 million extraterrestrial demons on the Jade shattering demons were all engraved on it. The extraterrestrial demons called it the Shrine of Passing. It meant that this experience could not be and should not be forgotten by any of the demonic masses. A long period of worship. Even when they went to the toilet, they would also recite the names of the Shrine of Passing. Because if not for the experience back then, there would not be the digestion and excretion now. The experience now. Damn it. It had already been 1,000,000 years since the extraterrestrial demons used the Jade shattering tactic again. But this time, facing these 14 people, the golden-crowned extraterrestrial demon did not hesitate to use this command that had been sealed for 1,000,000 years. At this moment, the generals of the extraterrestrial demons who heard this command clearly developed a feeling of destiny. Back then, 100,000 Jade shattering demons watched this battle, had resulted in the extraterrestrial demons' invasion of Purple Firmament. And now, what would it result in? And what did this indicate? But no matter what, the command had already been given. The jade-shattering tactic had to be executed, and it had to be executed thoroughly. Because of Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching's unexpected addition and outstanding performance, Ji Huitian and the rest advanced triumphantly all the way. At the same time, they also secretly preserved a considerable amount of physical strength. After the Calamity 7 Stars formation was perfected, although there was no Calamity Sword Master in the center and it could not unleash its full power, it was still the top battle formation in the world. If there had to be an evaluation, there were only 4 words: invincible. Along the way, everyone's robes had long been soaked in blood, and the bloody light was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, the seemingly endless extraterrestrial demons retreated rapidly like the tide, and they even retreated in all directions. Seeing this, Ji Huitian roared and took the lead, rushing forward to chase after the retreating demons. His aura was even stronger. The rest of the crowd followed suit. Zuiqiu Yunfu, however, was suspicious and loudly warned, "Be careful of traps." But Ji Huitian had already rushed out at this time. There will be a 3rd chapter later. I have too many things to do during this period of time, and I have delayed many updates. So, I will try my best to write more to make up for it. I can only say that in this short 1 month's time, I have received 4 great gods from the game company. I even went to Shanghai on orders and spent 7 days. And please understand me, I'm really exhausted from running around. But this is something that can't be helped. Not only has this book reached a critical moment, but my life has also reached a critical moment. Chapter 2452. In order to coordinate with the formation, all the brothers shouted and followed closely behind. The formation was not messed up at all. At this moment, Chu Yang was passively trapped in the core position. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong. Up till now, Chu Yang had not made a move, because at this stage it was not the right time for him to make a move. The heavenly demons had been fighting with the golden-robed heavenly guards for tens of thousands of years. They already knew a lot about each other's strength. Along the way, he had thoroughly scouted out the situation and was even more confident. Now, with the formation that they had set up, they should have absolute confidence to go all out and annihilate all 14 people in Tribulation's group. In terms of strength and numbers, the 2 sides could not be compared at all. Even the time and place were all on the heavenly demon's side. If there were no great variables, Tribulation's group would be dead for sure. However, the variables were naturally Mo Qinggu, Zi Xieching, and Chu Yang. But now, Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching had joined the battle in order to perfect the Calamity Unification formation. In other words, the variables that belonged to them, or rather, the influence that they could exert, had all been displayed. They were no longer existences that could influence the outcome of the battle. Now, the only variable that the heavenly demons did not know about was Chu Yang. Of course, there was also Brother Tiger and Tribulation's divine soul, who had not made a move until now. Chu Yang was only one person. Although his strength was not bad, in terms of actual cultivation, he was probably not as good as any of the Tribulation brothers present. Even if he hid his strength and preserved his complete combat power, how much of an effect could he have? This was because, apart from being Chu Yang also had another identity, Tribulation Sword Master. For the Tribulation Unification formation, Tribulation's Sword Master was the real core. Although the current Tribulation 7 Stars formation could be said to be perfectly formed, in fact, there was no formation eye. In other words, the Tribulation Unification formation still had a flaw. There was only one flaw, and Tribulation's Sword Master was exactly this formation eye, making up for the only flaw of the Tribulation Unification formation. Although Chu Yang had not made a move, he had already placed himself in the position of the formation eye when he rushed out from the front. He could attack at any time. Once Tribulation's Sword Master and Tribulation's sword appeared at the most crucial point, they would instantly increase the energy of the Tribulation Unification formation by several times. This way, the Calamity Unification formation could be perfected and unleash the strongest combat power of the Calamity Unification Formation in history. Chu Yang wanted to preserve his strength so that he could display his prowess at the critical moment. He wanted to influence the battle situation to the greatest extent and reverse the situation. Only then would he be able to bring everyone back to the first bridge. However, if Chu Yang were to act rashly and expose his side's true trump card in advance, there would still be at least tens of thousands of miles of road ahead. The enemy would definitely be able to make a targeted response. At that time, it would truly be over. Chu Yang was confident that although his cultivation was not as good as the previous generations of Tribulation Brothers, in terms of battle power, once the Tribulation Sword was drawn, there was not much difference. There was also Brother Tiger and Calamity's Divine Soul. This was Chu Yang's other trump card. Therefore, Chu Yang was not in a hurry. But now the Heavenly Demon's rash retreat was clearly a retreat prepared. What was the other party trying to do? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he saw groups of heavenly demons rushing toward him from all directions, as if they had no regard for their own safety. Their faces were resolute and ferocious, the kind of desperate howl, the kind of desperate battle intent, rushed toward him. Seeing this, Chu Yang could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message to June Weiling. Be careful, the heavenly demons are going all out. It's highly likely that they are using the self-detonation tactic. June Weiling shouted without hesitation, Everyone be careful! This bunch of demons is using the self-detonation tactic. Although the other teams did not know for now, June Weiling and the others already knew about Chu Yang's identity as the Tribulation Sword Master from Wu Jueqing. They did not have any doubts about Chu Yang's words at all. It was as if they were carrying out their boss's orders back then. Without hesitation, without doubt. At the same time, Zhuqiu Yunfu, Shimin Wanli, and the others also came to their senses. They shouted at the same time, Close the formation! At this moment, without exception, the strategists of the previous generations of Tribulation made the same, and also the most correct choice. The Tribulation Brothers, who were scattered in all directions to chase after the heavenly demon horde, all retreated at the same time. Just as the last person returned to the team, a heavenly demon with a black face took the lead and pounced over. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Then countless heavenly demons pounced over one after another with no regard for their own safety. With a desperate determination, they brazenly self-detonated on Tribulation's defensive formation. Boom, 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 the sound of the explosion rang out. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. A grand show of exploding bombs was played out in 100,000 feet radius at this moment. Countless dust, rocks, everything, along with countless broken limbs and body parts, rose into the sky. In such a chaotic place, even heavenly demon hordes' cultivation could not see the situation at the center of the explosion clearly. In the sky, the golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned as he looked at the scene before him. He suddenly asked, How do these 14 people compare to the purple cloud guardians' cultivation back then? All the heavenly demons who heard this looked at each other. No one could answer this question. In that battle back then, almost all the heavenly demons who participated in it died. Even if there were a few who were lucky enough to survive, most of them were riddled with injuries and went back to recuperate. Or rather, they went back to wait for death. Today, most of those who survived had died of old age. Those who were still alive had almost all become the upper echelons of the heavenly demon strength. They would not appear here. And these people who participated in this encirclement were all rising stars who had risen in the past 1,000,000 years. They did not know the real situation of that battle at all. Although they had heard of many legends, they had never seen it with their own eyes. They really had no right to speak. And now, every word and every judgment could affect the success or failure of the battle before them. Who dared to speak rashly? The golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned and said, Although I can't be sure about this, these golden-robed heavenly guards have blocked us for so many years. I believe that the strength of each of them, although not as strong as the purple cloud guardian back then, is definitely not far off. My lord is wise. The heavenly demon war generals flattered together. Their status was not as high as this golden-crowned heavenly demon, so naturally they had to flatter their superior. In other words, the combined combat strength of these people is definitely much higher than a single purple cloud guardian. Especially now that they are in a certain formation, their defensive ability is also considerably increased. The golden-crowned heavenly demon muttered to himself, "My lord, I heard of such a saying in the legends. The Jade Shatter army perished together with the purple cloud guardian's army. But I have never heard of the Jade Shatter army fighting against the purple cloud guardian himself." A heavenly demon said weakly. The golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned. The explosion below had already come to an end. The result of the battle had appeared. In the dust that filled the sky, a group of people could be seen rushing out rapidly like a furious dragon. Once again, they plunged into the depths of the heavenly demon army at lightning speed. 1, 2, 3. After counting carefully, the golden-crowned heavenly demon's face finally could not help but twitch. He subconsciously scolded in a low voice, "Elder Father!" The heavenly demon war generals looked at Ji Huitian and the others who were surrounded by the thick smoke below. They could not help but scold in unison, "Elder Father!" because there were 14 of them, and not a single one of them was reduced. This unbelievable result naturally caused the Sky Fiends to curse wildly, "Daddy is dead!" So many warriors were sacrificed, but not a single one of them was injured. This result made the heavenly demons very depressed. The golden-crowned heavenly demon's gaze was grave. He gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare for the next wave." I don't believe that the suicidal attack of so many people could not do anything to them. "Suzuki-kun, you go next wave." That Suzuki-kun's face instantly turned bitter. He stuttered, "Go." He thought to himself, "Isn't that the same as sending me to my death?" "That's right. You go." The golden-crowned heavenly demon's face was like iron. "You go personally and test their bottom line." "General Suzuki Seiji, I represent the Emperor to thank you." This General Suzuki Seiji stared with his eyes and mouth wide open. He cursed in his heart, "You motherfucker. Since when can you represent the Emperor? You actually represent the Emperor to thank me." "Your sister. I knew you would not be pleasing to the eye." However, after being tongue-tied, he finally agreed. One stood at attention, and the other nodded. Toad Fart. Author's translation. Toad Fart is the language of the heavenly demons. When translated into Tian-Ke language, it means yes. The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded and turned to another heavenly demon. "General Tian Xiaogan, General Suzuki Seiji will be in charge of the main attack. You will help to support the formation. Pay attention to every abnormality of the opponent. Don't miss any clues." General Tian Xiaogan stood at attention and said seriously, "Toad Fart!" "Go." The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded. 2 figures flew out together. However, one of them had some pity and sympathy for the other, while the other had some desperation and determination. "Tian Xiaogan, after this formation, I will definitely die. I'll leave my family to Tian Xiaogan." Suzuki Seiji bowed to the ground. When he straightened up, his face was full of tears. Tian Xiaogan said seriously, "Suzuki-kun, don't worry. Leave everything to me." Suzuki Seiji stared at him and said solemnly, "I'll really leave it to you." Without waiting for Tian Xiaogan to reply, he turned around and left. His figure was full of determination, but there was also a hint of loneliness and desolation. That black silhouette streaked across the sky with a swoosh and had already arrived at his own camp. Immediately, the next moment, the black army moved and rushed up like a tide. A total of 200,000 elite heavenly demon army. Chapter 2453. Tian Xiaogan looked at the heavenly demon army moving and sighed in his heart. After this battle, I'm afraid the designation of Suzuki Seiji's main force would be cancelled forever. On the other side, Ji Huitian and the rest who had narrowly escaped death were no longer as calm and composed as before. Everyone was covered in a layer of cold sweat, drenching their clothes. They really didn't expect the heavenly demon horde to be so decisive. One by one, they charged forward and self-detonated without any warning. And it wasn't just 3 or 5 of them, but a large group, an army, if not for the fact that the cultivation of these self-detonating heavenly demons was too far apart from everyone else. The final result this time would be unimaginable. But even so, everyone was still dizzy, their internal organs were shaken, and they felt as if their insides were burning. Although they weren't really injured, the shaking of their internal organs was still unbearable. If at the same time there were experts of the same level who attacked, even if they weren't defeated immediately, they would be at a complete disadvantage. Mo Qinggu had already taken out the heavy pills and distributed them to everyone. But this doesn't seem too bad. Yan Fei grinned. We didn't even move a finger, and they all self-detonated. This time, we've earned at least 100,000 yuan. This transaction is still acceptable. We'll only feel uncomfortable for a moment, but it's almost a profit without any capital. Nonsense. What the fuck do you know? Zhuqiu Yangqiu scolded angrily. Although he was scolding, he was racking his brains to consider what to do if the heavenly demon horde attacked again, or if they continued to attack without any regard for the cost. How to deal with such a genuine attack of death that didn't have any tricks. After all, the heavy pills couldn't be endless. Although everyone was lucky enough not to be injured in the previous wave of attacks, it didn't mean that they could endure it forever. If this went on, and the heavenly demons were really determined to continue sacrificing themselves, then they might really not be able to return. The self-detonating heavenly demons just now weren't very powerful, and the power of their self-detonation wasn't enough to break through the defensive power of their bodies, so the effect was limited. But if the heavenly demons who were more powerful launched a similar self-detonation attack, would they be able to endure it? What if it was a chain attack like this? Would they be able to bear it? The size of the enemy's army was astonishing. Even if they were attacking with their own numbers, they could still afford to expend their energy. As long as one wave of self-detonation worked, they would lose people on their side and the Calamity 7 Stars formation would not be complete. Their defensive power would be sharply reduced. Then the enemy's next attack would undoubtedly be a disaster for them. However, what one feared most often came true. Just as the strategists were thinking of a countermeasure, they saw a group of people in front of them covering the sky and covering the earth. There was no power, only the intent of death. Sensing the aura of death that was filled with despair, Zhuqiu Yunfu sighed inwardly. As expected, it's still the same attack. The heavenly demon commander's determination to kill them all was unshakable. Again, this kind of attack might not work on them, even if it was launched once or twice. However, as long as there were enough of them, it would definitely work. And with the current situation, there was an army of 10 million heavenly demons in front of them. They could organize such an attack at least 100 times. Just by looking at the density of the attacks in front of him, it was completely imaginable. He believed that if it was necessary, the heavenly demon leader would not hesitate to kill these 10 million heavenly demons, and he would definitely not even frown. As long as he could kill them all, although the price was heavy, it was sufficient. Besides, he could also make an unparalleled contribution. A general success was built on 10,000 dead bodies. So what if he lost a lot of cannon fodder? What was even more frightening was that the enemy's hidden true expert had never appeared until now. They definitely could not ignore this potential threat. Zhuqiu Yunfu and Shimin Wanli frowned and thought hard about a countermeasure. However, a voice beside them said slowly, "Sai, you guys, don't you have any long-range weapons? Do you have to let them rush to your side and self-explode? Strategists? Strategists?" You guys are really hopeless." This sudden sentence made everyone's eyes light up. They immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. They saw Chu Yang, who was dressed in black, looking over calmly. That sentence was actually said by him. Since the start of the battle, Chu Yang had been in a position of being protected. He had not taken the initiative to attack at all. Many of his brothers, who did not know his identity, were already dissatisfied with his attitude. 2 women had already attacked, and you actually had the nerve to not help. What kind of man are you? What a coward! However, they did not expect that such a crucial and constructive sentence would actually be said by him. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the person involved. Right now, Chu Yang was playing the role of an onlooker wholeheartedly. That was why he was able to say such thought-provoking, good words. "Everyone, prepare your hidden weapons." Zhuqiu Yunfu looked at Chu Yang gratefully. Then he immediately shouted, "Don't use light weapons. Use iron balls that are heavy enough. Short swords, iron spears, and iron rods will do. These kinds of things are all over the place now. You can also collect some of them and store them in your storage space. You may need a lot of them later. Attack immediately once they come within 3,000 feet of you. Be careful of the timing. It's best if you can make them self-explode in their own camp." Shimin Wanli quickly added. Everyone agreed. In an instant, everyone's hands were clenched so tightly that cold light glinted. There were also those who did not usually use hidden weapons. At this moment, they also grabbed the broken, heavenly demonic weapons on the ground with their hands. Yan Fei was the most ferocious. In an instant, he had already grabbed hundreds of spears in his hands. In an instant, he looked like a porcupine. His entire body was surrounded by shining spears. Even at such a moment, everyone could not help but feel a little scared. Cheng Fei was speechless. He shouted angrily, "Idiot! Do you think you're the only one? Why don't you take less? Don't use up all of them in one go. Now that they're all over the ground, it won't be easy to find them later." Everyone laughed together. With a series of hoarse roars, the heavenly demons were already rapidly approaching. Zhuqiu Yunfu calculated carefully. Looking at the heavenly demons that were getting closer and closer, their bodies were also suddenly expanding. This was a sign that they had already activated all their blood and qi and were ready to self-explode. It was indeed this move. Zhuqiu Yunfu's gaze turned cold. After calculating that it was about time and that the other party could no longer reverse or stop the self-explosion, he immediately waved his hand. "Attack! Pay attention to the density of your attacks." Zhuqiu Yunfu shouted. Paying attention to the density of the attacks was the key to targeting the heavenly demons. If they only targeted a portion of the heavenly demons, even if that portion of the heavenly demons all self-exploded, they would only lose a small portion. However, if the density of the attacks was relatively scattered, it would allow the heavenly demons to cause considerable damage to themselves. A loud roar. Suddenly, an overwhelming number of items flew out in an orderly manner. What were the cultivations of Yan Fei and the others? They were all at the level of high-level peak saints. Even a needle could be used as a rod in their hands. Moreover, they were using heavy weapons with great destructive power. Moreover, the distance between the two parties was already so close. Streaks of cold light flashed in the air. Even though these heavenly demons' strength had increased by several times due to their self-explosion, some of the long weapons even pierced through the bodies of more than 10 heavenly demons consecutively before they were finally exhausted. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, nearly 1,000 heavenly demons self-detonated at the same time. Before they could even reach their goal, they had already self-destructed halfway through. Because their self-explosion movements were close to overflowing, they could no longer control themselves in this state. As long as they received a certain external stimulus, they would automatically activate it. Under Zhuqiu Yunfu's careful calculation, the attacks of these hidden weapons from Tribulation's brothers successfully became such a trigger for the self-explosion. At that time, it was even too late to withdraw the cultivation that had gathered crazily. They could only watch themselves die because of the self-explosion without hurting the target at all. Moreover, because they self-exploded in front of their comrades, they only hurt their own people, and a large number of them were killed. This wave of heavenly demons' self-explosion became the trigger for the self-explosion of other heavenly demons. For a moment, the Tribulation Brothers' side was peaceful, but the heavenly demons' camp opposite them was full of explosions. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and dust rose into the sky. Dad, how could this be? Dad, Dad. Suzuki Chinji stomped his feet and beat his chest, shouting and cursing wildly. In fact, this wave of attack was carefully deployed by Suzuki Chinji, and the frequency of the attack was extremely dense. If this wave of attack could be effective, then he wouldn't have to die. However, the final result of this wave of 30,000 people rushing forward was that almost half of them were killed by the self-explosion of their own people. This result made Suzuki Chinji almost vomit blood. The chain reaction caused by the self-explosion could be said to be unexpected by everyone. Even Zuichio Yunfu, the commander-in-chief of Tribulation Side, didn't expect that this very simple coping strategy would eventually lead to such a brilliant result. Looking at the firecrackers exploding one after another in front of them, as long as the fuses hadn't been burned out and hadn't been extinguished, the firecrackers could continue to explode one after another. Everyone felt extremely satisfied. It should be a fierce battle of life and death, a fierce fight in the form of mutual destruction. But now it became a one-sided explosion caused by internal strife on one side, and the other side was equivalent to watching the fun. The most crucial factor that led to this result was his grasp of the timing of his attack. Even the slightest bit of mistake was not allowed. However, Zuichio Yunfu didn't get carried away by this joy. He just glanced at it and immediately issued an order. "Brothers, let's move forward. Charge!" The game company said that there was an important matter, and they had to go to Guangzhou tomorrow. I groaned and thought, are they going to give me 100 million? If it's cash, can I carry it all by myself? Chapter 2454. Right now, all of them were still within the enemy's range. They had to leave this area as soon as possible. Even though they were still tens of thousands of miles away from the first bridge, they were already one step closer to the first bridge. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to failure, defeat, and death. Just think about it. If everyone went through untold hardships and finally broke through to the first bridge, but they were only one step away and were annihilated in front of the first bridge, what kind of feeling would that be? Then they would know how important it was to take this step in advance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this step would determine life and death. There were precedents like this in the past. In fact, it was unknown how many peerless experts had failed at the final moment when success was at their fingertips. Because in this process he only took one step less. Just one step. When Zuichio Yunkyuo made this decision, he didn't even take a second look. He didn't know that Chu Yang was looking at him with admiration at that moment. He felt that Zuichio Yunkyuo's wisdom was unfathomable. It was as if he was looking at Mo Tianji, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Because no matter if it was in terms of improvisation, cautiousness, timing, strategizing, etc., Chu Yang felt that Zuichio Yunkyuo was almost on par with Mo Tianji. If there was a difference, it would be the cold-blooded calmness in Mo Tianji's bones. Other than this, Zuichio Yunkyuo was almost another Mo Tianji. Under Zuichio Yunkyuo's command, everyone flew up. Amidst the flying dust and thick smoke, they flew out at an extremely fast speed. The entire process was silent. However, that awe-inspiring aura almost lifted up the entire smoke-filled sky. Damn it, Father! When the golden-crowned heavenly demon saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of situation should not have happened at all. This formation shouldn't have happened at all. Otherwise, How could they have succeeded when they fought against Protector Purple Cloud? They only needed to attack from afar, and they would have been blown up. They would have even implicated many of their companions. What's the point of fighting then? In that case, it wouldn't be self-destruction, but collective internal strife and collective suicide. The so-called self-detonation attack also had a formation requirement, and there was also a combat power in charge of covering. But now, there was only one possibility. Suzuki Seiji had changed the basic tactics on his own accord. The reason why he changed his tactics was obvious. He didn't want to die. Therefore, he wanted to try his best. If this wave of attack could succeed, Suzuki Seiji, as the commander of the army, would no longer have to face those terrible enemies on the battlefield. Because he himself knew that facing such enemies was almost certain death. No, there was no almost. It meant that he would die without a doubt. The fluke mentality and the fear of death made Suzuki Seiji make this stupid judgment. He's like a father. Mute. The Golden Crown Heavenly Devil was so angry that his entire face turned red. He could not say anything. At this moment, if Suzuki Seiji was in front of him, he might even swallow him alive. Suzuki Seiji, you really live up to the name your father gave you. The Golden Crown Demon was furious. You really became, too, Sir General, that group of people. They broke out of the encirclement. Looking at Ji Huitian and the others flying away like a sharp arrow, the Golden Crown Demon's face darkened. He said angrily, Suzuki Seiji, do you want to eat shit? Hurry up and go. Below, Suzuki Seiji's face showed extreme madness. His eyes almost popped out, and he screamed, rush up! Rush up! At this moment, Suzuki Seiji had gone crazy. The muscles on his face spasmed, and his eyes emitted a terrible black light. His pupils seemed to have dilated. The reality had driven him crazy. He knew that he was finished. The mistake just now had completely ruined his future and determined his final fate. Facing those 14 people, Suzuki Seiji knew clearly that as long as he rushed up, he would have no chance to come back alive. No matter how many people were around him, no matter what tactics or strategies he used, it was all meaningless. These people in front of him, perhaps they were not as strong as any of the 8 Purple Cloud Guardians, but their combined strength was definitely stronger than the Purple Cloud Guardians. No, it should be much, much stronger. They were even stronger than the combined strength of the 8 Purple Cloud Guardians. You want to use your mere 200,000 men to kill the other party? That was simply a bastard's way of thinking. It was a fantasy, a pipe dream, a mission that was absolutely impossible to complete. He believed that the master did not expect him to succeed. His purpose was to use the sacrifice of himself and 200,000 heavenly demons in exchange for understanding their strength. Of course, it would be more ideal if he could cause a little damage to them. And it was only a little damage. Through the defeat of him and the heavenly demon horde, he could further observe the real strength of those people. In other words, he was just a cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. At most, he was just a high-level cannon fodder. But if he did not rush up and shrink back, the master would never let him go. There was no way to advance or retreat. The omen was unavoidable. Suzuki Seiji rushed up with tears streaming down his face. All the soldiers under Suzuki Seiji's command came out in full force at this moment, and they rushed over from all over the mountains and plains. Suzuki Seiji's desperate and sonorous voice shouted crazily, "Everyone rush up! Everyone, use the jade-shattering tactic. Today, we are loyal to the Emperor. Our names will be engraved in the passing shrine forever. Our glory is immortal. Our glory is immortal. Our noble spirit lives on forever." This sentence made all the heavenly demons go crazy as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. One by one, they rushed up while howling crazily. Only Suzuki Seiji, who had issued the order, was left behind. At this moment, he was full of tears. "I don't want my name to be engraved in a shrine. That's a place that scams people to death. Damn it, I'm already dead, so what's the point? Even if there's such a thing, what's the use of it? As for keeping my heroic soul forever, that's even more nonsense. The greatest use of that place is to chant someone's name when they go to the toilet. But it won't be my name that's being chanted. It'll only chant the process of defecating. Thinking of this, Suzuki Seiji was even more sorrowful. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. But he still rushed up with his subordinates. As soon as Suzuki Seiji moved, the other 14 people on the other side noticed him at the same time. They couldn't help but notice the abnormally dense and powerful demonic aura on the other side, as well as the distinctive bulging wings, the sharp horns on his head, and the way he gave orders. There was no doubt that this guy was a leader, and definitely not an ordinary heavenly demon soldier. The difference between an army with this guy's support and an army without this guy's personal command was not just a little bit. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This was basic common sense, and everyone knew it. But how to execute it and how to capture it was a very good idea. Almost at the same time, countless hidden weapons rushed toward Suzuki Seiji, but there were plenty of meat shields in front and behind him, so they couldn't hurt him at all. In the face of the large-scale, indiscriminate hidden weapon attack, Suzuki Seiji grabbed and threw his subordinates out to meet the concentrated attacks aimed at him. In a very short period of time, no less than hundreds of people had been thrown out by him. With such a high frequency and highly targeted defense, he blocked all the attacks without missing a single one. Meanwhile, Suzuki Shinji simply allowed his subordinates to be smashed into pieces in front of him, but he just bravely moved forward in such a bloody storm without caring about anything else. His forward speed didn't decrease at all. Suzuki Seiji's strength was still considerable, as he could become the commander of an army of heavenly demons, so he was naturally not weak. Demonic fog filled the sky. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. With a thought, the divine soul of tribulation, which had never shown up, quietly appeared, turned into a cloud of black fog, and merged with the demonic aura in the sky without any repulsion. It quietly approached Suzuki Seiji in the half-cloud and half-fog. Yen, Fei, Chung Fei, and the others were at a loss. Their attacks were extremely sharp, and they were confident that as long as they could hit Suzuki Seiji, this guy would definitely die, and he would follow in the footsteps of the previous heavenly demon horde. But the problem now was that they could see him, but they couldn't hit him. The attacks that they were sure to hit were all blocked by the meat shields. Although they still caused a considerable amount of damage, they didn't cause any harm to this most threatening leader. This situation was too depressing. 200,000 soldiers would only be able to kill and injure a few thousand people at the moment. It would be like scooping up a scoop of water from the ocean. What was the use of that? At this moment, Mo Chingu shouted softly, "Heavenly dance, a dance of heaven and earth." Then her red clothes fluttered as if riding the wind, and 2 red sleeves spread out, as if there was another rainbow in the sky between heaven and earth. In that beautiful and intoxicating dance, as her long sleeves fluttered, a red light flew out and disappeared in a flash. And at this moment, Suzuki Seiji had gradually approached to a distance of about 300 feet. This distance was already an effective distance for self-detonation. Suzuki Seiji screamed and roared ferociously. At this moment, even he himself didn't know what he was screaming about. He just rushed up with despair. "Gold-clothed heavenly guards, I'm doomed to die today. But even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Attention, everyone." Chapter 2455. In fact, Suzuki Shinji only said half of the word explode. Because he had to say the word completely, he would inevitably open his mouth in the second half. However, at that moment, Suzuki Shinji sadly found that he suddenly seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. He couldn't move at all. He just stood there with his mouth wide open in an impassioned manner. There was clearly no enemy in front or behind him, but he really felt that his body was tightly clamped by something. He couldn't even do such a subtle action as closing his mouth. What's going on? Did I encounter a ghost? Thinking of this, Suzuki Seiji felt a heartfelt fear in his heart. He couldn't help but want to shout and run hysterically with all his heart, soul, and spirit, and immediately wanted to launch a self-explosion. This kind of fear was unbearable. His body suddenly swelled to the limit. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed. The hidden weapon released by Emo Chingwu accurately drilled into the vital part of his throat. Emo Chingwu's hidden weapon was actually a small dagger, but its lethality couldn't be underestimated at all. The red light flashed. The dagger drilled into Suzuki Chinji's mouth and came out from the back of his head. Then, with a poof sound, Suzuki Chinji's head was instantly torn apart like a broken watermelon. But his body was still upright, maintaining its original state. If one wanted to launch a self-explosion attack, one must first destroy one's own cultivation to the limit and fill the whole body with vitality until the body couldn't bear it. This state was equivalent to turning one's own body into a human bomb, and the detonation material was one's own vitality that had been destroyed to the limit or even exceeded the limit. It was precisely because of this that this method of attack could cause damage that was several times more than the limit of one's own attack. However, there were also many limitations to this method of self-destruction. For the target, whether this self-destruction was too early or too late, it wouldn't be able to unleash its maximum power. Only by choosing the right time could it cause the most effective damage. Therefore, the detonation point at the last moment was the most crucial part of the entire self-detonation attack. There could not be any mistakes. For first-class masters, this kind of self-explosion process was actually reversible. The more powerful a master was, the better he could control the movement of his own pneuma. Even if the self-explosion had started and the pneuma had filled the body, if the target of self-explosion suddenly disappeared, he could still guide the dispersed pneuma and restore himself to the normal state. Although his pneuma would be damaged greatly, it was not certain that he would die. However, this kind of method of guiding the dispersed pneuma was also limited. For example, at this moment, Suzuki Seiji was at the last moment before the self-explosion, so he could not complete the reverse guidance at this time. His body, which was brimming with yuan qi to the extreme, suddenly opened a big hole in that instant. His self-detonation power was still a little bit away from being able to form an explosive attack. But at this subtle moment, a vent suddenly appeared. Puff! Suddenly, a round blood column gushed out from Suzuki Seiji's neck. The blood column, together with his internal organs, shot straight up into the sky like a rocket. The next moment, his whole body shriveled. He was like a mummy, of course, if his head was intact. Not only were the heavenly demons surprised by this sudden change, but it seemed that even the heavenly tribulation brothers of the past were also confused. What the hell is going on? How could this extremely threatening self-detonation attack at the level of the heavenly demon leader be destroyed by him? Previously, all the brothers had used all their means and attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't hurt him. In the end, they were smashed into pieces by a little girl's flying dagger, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Are you mocking us with your life? Are you mocking us for being incompetent? But do you have to go to such lengths just to mock us? Since you've put in so much effort, let's accept our incompetence. It's really strange. This guy is obviously a very crazy, fierce, and unscrupulous, cold-blooded existence. Previously, he had used his subordinates as meat shields to block all the attacks, all so that he could rush forward and fight to the death with them. He was so cold-blooded, so cruel, and so unscrupulous. But now, when he finally rushed to the front and reached the effective attack range, he suddenly stopped at the last moment. Not only did he stop, but he also seemed to have turned into a piece of wood. He even opened his mouth deliberately, as if he was cooperating with the enemy's attack. He was afraid that the enemy would not be able to attack his vital parts. Then he could have self-detonated at this time, but he didn't. Instead, he gathered all his power and flushed his blood and internal organs into the sky in a soul-destroying way. This way of dying. He couldn't die more. He was too sacrificing himself for others. Dad, the heavenly demon with the golden crown, who witnessed the whole process, roared furiously. He struck out with his palm, and blood splashed in front of him. Not only was he dissatisfied with the result of the battle, but also because the blood and internal organs that flew out of Suzuki Seiji's body rushed up to the sky and flew straight towards him, as if to assassinate the heavenly demon with the golden crown. The speed was as fast as lightning. It had to be said that the coincidence was too scary. The other heavenly demon generals all stretched their necks neatly and widened their eyes, looking at this sudden scene in confusion. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Suzuki, what the hell are you doing? You're dying, you're dying, you're dying, and you're still doing this. Are you taking revenge on the Lord?" Now, not to mention that it's absolutely impossible for his name to enter the shrine after his death. Even entering the toilets of various places will become an extravagant hope. Opportunity. Kill them. Zhuqiu Yunfu was invigorated. There was no doubt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Regardless of the reason for this opportunity, it had appeared. Since it appeared, they couldn't let it go. Suzuki Seiji was deader than dead, and his subordinates were in a situation where they had no leader. Even the follow-up self-detonation attack was only the first wave, and the later ones were like headless flies, shooting off aimlessly. This situation was really a gift from the heavens. In this situation, there was no possibility of the enemy luring the enemy in. Moving forward quickly was the most important thing. As for what had happened, they could just ask Emo Chingu after battle. There was no need to worry about it now. In fact, the leader was dead, so it didn't make more sense to ask about it. The team of 14 people rushed into Suzuki Seiji's team like a raging dragon, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, with irresistible force. How could an army that had lost the command of its supreme leader resist 14 super, first-class experts? Only a few thousand people had time to successfully self-detonate, and the lethality caused was really limited and didn't constitute any effective damage at all. While these self-detonation attacks stirred up dust and smoke, the Tribulation Brothers had already rushed into the large army behind and started a massacre, launching a one-sided massacre. When the effect of the explosion was completely over, the 14 people had already broken out of the encirclement formed by this army, leaving behind only blood, broken limbs, and corpses scattered all over the ground. The group of people walked on the vast earth as if they were flying. They rushed to the next camp at top speed. In mid-air, Tian Xiaogan, who was sent to hold the line, was scared silly by this scene. He opened his mouth in a daze and just watched these people break out of the encirclement with black lines on his forehead. Hold the line? What need is there to hold the line? There was no chance to hold the line at all. Suzuki Seiji was done for when he rushed up. Then it became a situation of complete defeat. I haven't had time to set up the battle array on my side, and your side has been defeated so thoroughly. What the fuck do you want me to do? Damn it. Father, 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 father. You are so dead, I can't even find a target to complain and curse. The bugle horn in the sky kept sounding. The heavenly devil army in front of them surged up like a tide, blocking the way of Chu Yang and his team. At the same time, the heavenly demon army in the other directions was also moving rapidly. They gave up on blocking the other directions and gathered at the front. The leader of the heavenly devil army could already confirm that the goal of these guys was very obvious, just like when they came. Their direction was very simple, which was to go back. They wouldn't go in any other direction, so they just needed to guard this path and not let them rush over. It was only the first day of rushing out of the purple imperial city, but the number of interceptions that Chu Yang and his team encountered was already more than any battle that Chu Yang had ever fought before in his life. It was even almost more than the total number. In the Battle of Mo Yuntian, he had also faced millions of troops at the same time, but it was not like now where he had to fight millions of troops with only a few dozen people. But the current situation was really like this. One had to say that this was really too crazy. A lineup of only 14 people facing the encirclement and interception of the enemy's army of more than 10 million. This kind of situation was simply inconceivable in the basic understanding of the lower three heavens' battle for supremacy. If it really happened, it would be a legend, a myth, but in this place it was actually happening. Moreover, the enemy's army of more than 10 million had been eliminated, and the dozen people on the other side were still unharmed. If this was said in the lower three heavens, they would definitely be scolded as crazy. How could there be such a thing in the world? If there was really such a person, he could destroy a country with one punch. What was the point of having so many troops? Even if it was a legend, a myth, please be a little more reliable, okay? But the fact was right in front of them now. 1 against 10,000, maneuvering in all directions,